Over Gil doesn't have a slide.
Should phones have that? Sell the drugs?
Yeah.
The hell is it?
X4, dude.
That's your new one? Oh, well, that's it. Is that big? Are we inflating the numbers right now, dude?
Yeah, dude.
Probably not. You're gonna hotspot it, Robs.
Sheriff Phelps here. Custis here. Innerlon here. Holzhauer
Here.
Kelly
Here.
Young
Here.
Sullivan here. Taylor here. White
Here.
Go, please, right?
Which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Start the next meeting. I'd like to remind everyone of the city's citizen participation rules and city's municipal code procedures. Speakers are asked to present their comments in a respectful, courteous manner. Remember to stay on topic, we'll take a 3-minute time limit. Don't remember to be conscious of your words. Personal attacks to council members, staff, or speakers. Remember to be mindful of their allowed. Inappropriate language or comments are expressed during the meetings. We'd be asked to stop speaking in the meetings. No cheering, hearing. We want everybody to speak freely without feeling intimidated or thus shy. Every speaker up here, I'm sure, is going to have a different opinion than half the room. And so it's important that we treat everybody respectfully and there's no applauding, cheering, and booing. During the conclusions of the remarks made by the speakers, please take your seat. Don't stay at the podium and continue to talk or ask questions. My colleagues in the dais help with the efficiency due to large number of speakers tonight. We will not be taking formal recess or break, so during this agenda, if anybody needs to get up, use themselves, please go ahead and feel free to do so without asking permission or interrupting the meeting. Just come in the meeting. For the folks out in the audience, please keep the aisles clear. The fire code is not violated. And keep these doors closed. People back to back, switch to closed on a lot of occasionally. Noisy, the part you guys hear. And That will be like that. So our first item on the agenda is on public forum. Your assignment to speak on this on the agenda. We decided that Marshall Clark, step forward, introduce yourself.
Our first speakers are Milo East and Ned Weir.
You can just hit the speaker button. There we go.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Milo East. We love neighborhood and everything about it. We love the downtown, the Riverwalk, and all the parks. We use them most. From that, we decided that our first step would be to encourage our favorite restaurants to serve plastic paper straws. We made a goal for ourselves with 100 local businesses to try to get them from plastic, switch from plastic straws to more biodegradable options. Here's a list of one. For the past month, Maddie and I spent our days walking from Freedom Drive to downtown Naples around. And each ran into a small bundle of paper straws with a note attached to it, asking them to stop.
The vast majority of restaurants are very supportive. In fact, some of them even want to take partnerships.
There was only one place that asked us to leave, and I think they thought that we were selling something. Overall, there were really no businesses that were opposed to making the switch, but it was understandably less of a priority. This is where we hope that our city council can help. So we are respectfully asking that April City Council pass an ordinance to steer to these problems.
And cities across the country are instituted there. We hope that April joins this list, which includes Seattle, Charleston, Miami Beach, and most major cities on board. It is so inspiring for encouraging to see cities to switch. We would love to see this and gain inspiration. We know that if this training is established, it is effective and happy together. We hope that it will be the start of like elimination of policy.
Thank you for your time tonight. Please consider an ordinance.
Folks,
The next speaker is Michelle Clemens.
I am here on behalf of April Response for Veterans and April Salute, and have a few thank yous that I'd like to offer for our event that occurred over the Independence Day weekend. Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for your continued support of the event that takes place over the Independence Day weekend and celebrates and honors our veterans and military men and women who we get to celebrate and honor and thank them for the freedoms that we are provided with each and every day. To city staff, Bill Novak and your team, thank you for keeping us informed of the progress going on at the Paramount Tower, as well as other projects going around that might affect our event. Don Portner and Miranda Marquez, thank you for your guidance throughout the planning process and making sure that everyone was on the same page. Dave Dublinsky and your team, thank you for all that you do to make sure that our event is safe for our patrons on the field. To the fire department, specifically Chief Bucknitis, Division Chief Scott Zalela, and Fire Marshal Ben Tienda, and the entire neighborhood fire department, thank you for ensuring that we have the appropriate medical response and plan. Chief Aris, Sergeant Scott Thorson, and Detective Marty Carson, and the entire neighborhood police department, From making sure our volunteers were properly trained for better service to ensuring the safety of our guests and volunteers, thank you really isn't quite enough, especially this year. With the event that occurred in Highland Park on the 4th, it was comforting to know that our men and women of the Naperville Police Department are there to protect us and everyone under the roof. Lastly, to all of the volunteers who helped us, we appreciate all that you do to help keep this event successful and support the mission of Naperville Response for Veterans. Specifically, Coach Sean Grendel and the entire Naperville North football team, we'd like to thank you for helping us with the setup and the teardown of our event. These young men were quick, polite, and very efficient at getting things done. We appreciate their youthfulness and enthusiasm, both before the event and especially after the event. We've already started planning for 2023, and we look forward to working with all of you and seeing more of you next year. For more information about Naperville Response for Veterans and the Naperville Salute, please go to napervilleresponse.org. Thank you.
Okay, so next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Councilman Miller, where I make a motion to use now the first
Second, Guston.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Councilman Miller, thank you, Mayor. I make a motion to approve consent agenda. I-4.
Second, Guston.
Okay, Ms. Shaw, consent agenda with the exclusion of 24.
Approved cash disbursement, July cash disbursement for a total of $31,100,004.46. The regular city council meeting is July 19th. The little city council meeting scheduled for September, October, and November 2022. The calendar for 2023 grant funds program to be held. The award is total of resolution authorizing the workers' compensation settlement contract between Brett Daggett and C.S.C. Adopting resolution of the government agreement between County State and enable the resolution authorizing execution of the affordable senior 19 housing leader business terms in the city of Naperville and for coming council meeting September 6th.
Okay. We have a motion for a second.
Aye. Kennel.
Aye.
Heisler.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
DeYoung.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0. Item 24.
Items I-24 and I-25 are resolutions approving intergovernmental agreements and memorandums of understanding between the Unit School District 203 and 204 and the City of Beaverville for school resource officers. We have two speakers. The first speaker is Captain Tony, followed by Rich and staff.
I'd like to be on this side. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing me tonight. Coming point resident, former councilman, and now chair of Safe Suburbs USA PAC. Safe Suburbs USA PAC is a nonpartisan political action committee organized to support candidates and causes for law enforcement and policymaking that furthers public safety. You can learn more about us at SafeSuburbsUSA.com or our Facebook page, Safe Suburbs USA, is now at almost 7,000 followers. We are hearing tonight because we just want to express our gratitude and thanks that you are now considering continuing the important relationship between our schools and our police. The city of Beaverville and District 203, of course, we applaud for continuing the important relationship between our schools and our school resource officers. It will be very relieved to see the city reach out to call by someone in Springfield, namely Representative S.T.P.P for House Bill HB 0029 that calls for the immediate end of resource officers being placed in the Illinois schools. We need to make our schools more safe, not less safe. And we'll be very relieved to see you guys continue this important relationship. Please vote to approve these contracts. For hearing us for your service. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rich Scott.
Good evening, my name is Richard Stockey. I spent 28 years in the city of Naperville doing cybercrime, and already know my mission is to save as many kids as I possibly can. That's why I'm on this work. I wanted to express the importance of having school resource officers in our schools. My 28 years in the Naperville Police Department, serving side by side with our resource officers, are the most highly skilled, highly trained officers in the school. After I retired in 2018, I took on the mission of being one of the cyber trainers for the National Association of School Resource Officers. With that, I trained resource officers all over the country. My new initiative over the last 2 years is a new class that I put on all over the country called Identifying and Intercepting the School Shooter Through Leakage. According to the Secret Service, 75% of the school shooters post what they want to do before they do it. This is called leakage. The people who are responsible for this call and what this class shows, I train school officials together with law enforcement. We train parents and students. If you see something, say something. The school officials then take that information to the school resource officer, or I train them on how to do preservation, exigent circumstance, and they execute 3 search warrants by the end of the week. We do 3 search warrants, one on their home, one on their social media, and one on their cell phones. When you do these 3 search warrants, you will know this kid's deepest, darkest secrets. As you can see in the media, whether it's Parkland, whether it's Highland Park, they all had an internet presence, but a lot of people just didn't know what to do. The National Exchange Club has adopted this program nationwide. I just came from Decatur. I keynoted at 10 conferences this summer. As a result of this class, we stopped 5 school shooters, one in Washington, one in Oregon, one in Plainfield, one in Highland Park, and one in Michigan. So I want you to know that the people doing the work are our resource officers. Training our staff in schools, training our resource officers is exactly where we need to be. It's really not about guns. It's about giving our students the mental health help they need before the shooting starts. Thank you.
The resolution approving intergovernmental agreement and
Dustin. Yes. Kennel.
Aye.
Heisler.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Becky Dustin. Cameron.
Aye.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho.
Aye.
Dustin. Aye.
That concludes the consent agenda. Next item on the agenda is ballot one. Councilwoman Dustin. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Mayor, I move to receive the staff report and conduct a public hearing to consider the annexation agreement for property located at 841 South Union Street, PCC 22-1-1016.
Second. Okay, at this time we're going to open the public forum. If there's anybody. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, this time we're going to open the public forum for this item. If you're here to speak on this agenda item, step forward and reach out for 3 minutes. Okay, seeing none, Councilwoman Dustin, you have a motion for public hearing.
Mayor, I move to close the public hearing on the annexation agreement of property located at 841 South Union Street.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Public hearing is now closed. Councilwoman Dustin.
Mayor, I move to pass the ordinance authorizing the execution of the annexation agreement for the property located at 841 South Julian, PCC 22-1-016.
Second. Roll call.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho.
Aye.
Dustin. Aye. Cameron.
Aye. Motion carries 9-0. Councilwoman Dustin.
Mayor, I move to pass an ordinance annexing 841 South Union Street, PCC 22-1-016.
Second. Roll call. Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho. Dustin. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries 9-0. Stay forward.
Mayor, I move to pass the ordinance rezoning 841 South Julian Street to R1A upon annexation, PCC 22-1-016.
Second. Roll call.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho.
Aye.
Dustin. Aye. Cameron.
Aye.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye. Motion carries 9-0. Stay five.
Mayor, I move to pass the ordinance approving a deviation to the platted building lot for property located at 841 South Julian, PCC 22-1-016.
Second. Roll call.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho. Dustin. Aye. Cameron.
Aye.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Young.
Aye. Motion carries 9-0. J6.
Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution expressing the city of Naperville's intent to consider designation of a business district at 1256 through 12.
J6.
I don't have my printout. Sorry. Thank you, thank you. Mayor, I move to receive the staff report and conduct a public hearing to consider the annexation agreement for the property located at 24254 of 111th Street, the Belvedere, PCC 22-1-023.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. This time we go to public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak on this agenda item? Please step forward and introduce yourself. Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mayor, close the public hearing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. J7.
Mayor, I move to pass the ordinance authorizing the execution of an annexation agreement for the property located at 25 for 111th Street, Belvedere, PCC 22-1-23-023.
24-254.
Correct.
Second. Okay, roll call.
Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho.
Aye.
Dustin. Aye. Cameron.
Aye.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye.
Motion carries 9-0. That item and the next item requires positive vote. Sorry. J8.
Mayor, I move to pass an ordinance annexing certain property located at 24254 111th Street, the Belvedere, PCC 22-1-023.
Second. Roll call.
White.
Aye.
Mayor, I move to pass an ordinance rezoning certain property located at 24 to 54 111th Street to OCI, the Belvedere, PZC 22-1-023.
Second now. Roll call.
Jericho.
Aye.
Preston. Aye. Kinnebon.
Aye.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye. Motion carries 9-0. Please, Beth.
Mayor, I move to pass an ordinance approving a preliminary plat of subdivision for the Belvedere, PZC 22-1-023.
Second now. Roll call.
Preston. Yes. Aye. Kinnebon.
Aye.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho.
Motion carries 9-0. 11.
Mayor, I move to pass an ordinance approving a conditional use in an OCI zoning district to allow a multifamily residential development, a conditional use for a PUD, and a preliminary PUD plat for the Belvedere, PCC 22-1-023.
Second now. Roll call.
Kinnebon.
Aye.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho.
Aye.
Justin. Aye.
Motion carries 9-0. Okay, this time I'm going to ask for a motion to move item 01 next on the agenda so that we can get that one out of the way. Any motion? Yes.
Mayor, I move to remove the 01 item on the agenda, that's 22-0882, to the
Next item.
next item.
Second now. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Mayor? Mayor, please order.
Good evening. I think this might be the largest group that's ever been here for any kind of secretary discussions. It's not gonna matter, folks. But understanding that we have a very next meeting tonight, I just wanted to briefly summarize the August financial report highlights. When looking at both the financial performance to date and trends, the finance has two key messages. First, despite ongoing discussion nationally around inflation and despite inflationary impacts on some of our operations, our overall budget is in line with our projections at the end of the year. We're seeing strong returns in sales, state income, real estate transfer, and utility taxes, driving a 4.2% increase over our projections in the general fund. On the expense side, across all funds, our spending at the end of June totaled just over 197 million, which is about 11.6% below projections. Some of that is due to delays in the capital space, which is facing ongoing supply chain and resource issues. However, despite the strength we're seeing in our finances, we're also seeing some cautionary and uncertain trends that will shape the 2023 budget. At first glance, it may sound like I'm giving you messages that contradict themselves. However, as much as this thing is very cliche, it's true, we remain unprecedented times. We're seeing global economists try to reconcile patterns and trends that no longer fit precedented notions or preconceived notions. Shifts in the workforce, ongoing supply chain issues, regulatory bans and associated resource needs, and customer expectations will play a role in the 2023 budget and beyond. As we develop the budget for this fall, our focus is not only on the numbers but on these trends, and that they will have a great impact on our resources. So with that, if there are any questions, I'll take this time. Otherwise, I'll be back. One quick question. I know our revenue is up, and is that more to the fact that more things are being bought, or is it more that the cost? So it's a little bit of both. So I mean, obviously, sales tax overall is up, partly because the value of that is up, and because people are buying more because it's percentage based on gross sales. So see that trend continue, or I can't don't have a crystal ball, but well, I mean, again, that's part of what we're trying to understand is what does that trend look like. It's never state sales tax in general school sales and then the holidays, those are higher, higher times of purchasing. Will that remain kind of what's happening? I don't know, but past, we've got higher sales in those last. So with that being said, we anticipate our costs going up. So yes, we are seeing cost increases, whether it's in gas, fuel, natural gas, some of our, obviously our commodities are discounts in that area. So yes, I think we'll see a little bit of uptick in sales and thank you. Mayor, I motion to adopt a resolution expressing the city of Naperville's intent to consider designation of a business district at 1256 through 1290.
Just for the clarification, this is the final represent all my property.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to, if you understand this, not for, but I not support. Right now, and first thing is private and this private. Private property owner. And so I will pick up this
Yeah, ask the question. Q&A, whether it's good feedback. How much? That's a pretty sort of
so we have a couple other stages that process that. So there is a formal process that is our employees to sales activity, you know, I would say that it's 8 hours a month. Mayor, I have a question the parcel itself, is an older parcel that is of the south of and then they do have multiple units within that strip mall. So it's not only grocery store, but it is other activities and other business owners in that strip. With this only, then first off, the water issue, right? Are we talking about an issue that needs an underground vault because there is so much water retention on that site, and to make it feasible, that would be done. And then the second question is, we have other merchants in there, we have business owners in there, and will this path be applied to them?
Yes, don't know that correctly. Basically, there are many ways to solve this water problem. Flavor today right now is raising both bills.
site. Higher rates of parking lot. This provides park, extra center, and also the outside. Overall, relative yes. So this parking lot acts like else. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Sullivan, aye. Taylor, no. White,
Aye.
Jericho, Justin, aye. General. Item L2 is a resolution supporting efforts to resolve public safety concerns, safety gaps, to non-speakers. Our first three speakers will be Kevin Coyne, Margaret Stevens, and George Gutierrez.
Mayor and council have a point.
Before you, I'm sorry. Go ahead and call out the first five speakers and have them go up. Take these 5 seats.
Having Kevin Coyne, Margaret Stevens, George Gutierrez, Eric Dorsey, Diane McGuire.
And all please step forward and push some seats here that designate the speakers. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Kevin Coyne and on behalf of S.T.P.P. We want to thank Councilwoman President Gilbert for bringing this initiative forward. Also, hearing to express our request to vote in support of this agenda item. Our preference to amend for resolution a little bit more strongly worded. Primary point of the resolution, as we understand, the great awareness to the very troublesome safety and communicate that it needs to be changed substantially, particularly with respect to the ending of the cash fail. We thank you for helping the awareness of this troublesome bill. I hope that you all vote in support of it. And this is speaking to all the comments that we heard last time. We get that you don't want to start breaking controversial Springfield type issues, the diet, and everything you're arguing about like that. This is different. This pertains directly to the public safety. And 100 out of our 102 states attorneys in the state have voiced very serious concern about this this bill. I heard last time I played comments from Jim Glasgow, Democrat, that pointed out that 600 people will be released from the county jail at the end of the year, and of which have violent offenses on the record, 60 of which have been murdered. That's most people that we have here tonight. We released just in Will County. So we have 101 other counties that we can manage to. So we think this is a very serious public safety concern. For the resolution.
The next speaker is Margaret Stevens.
Please step up.
So I'm here to speak in support of the non-cash bill. So I am a former Naperville resident. I have a daughter here. I have grandchildren. They're all in school. And I live in a savings district. So I'm very invested. So this legislation restores the presumption of innocence and ends engaging of people since we have so nobody should ever have to die. Approximately 250,000 people are incarcerated every year in our jail. Most of them are incarcerated pre-trial, not because of the community, but because they can't afford. And most most of these are black or black. And the racial disparity is significant, which accounts for 5% of black, constitute 40% of the. For those unable to pay a bond, the cost of being incarcerated through trials is shared. The cost is often loss of job, financial hardship, and isolation from the church, inability to assist in their future jobs. The cost to the county is also great. For the page, losing a cost of $140 in an average trial resolution. This amounts to $17,000. So I will have to get a precise amount of costing to the county right now. That's the other thing. And lastly, so far, the states and cities that have adopted an open field actually show no increase.
The next speaker is George Gutierrez.
My name is George Gutierrez. I'm a community organizer, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Latino and African American community. I'd like to give an example of how this Cash Bill Safety Act needs to stay in place. Because I was once coming to town at one point from out of town, and I was hanging with a group of friends on my first day in town. I was stopped by the police, and but I had no record. I had not committed any crimes or any warrants out, for my arrest. I was asked my name, and I panicked, so I gave him a false name. They somehow figured out I gave him a false name, so they arrested me. And upon questioning, I just explained to them that I panicked, and I didn't want to be known to law enforcement. They checked my record and saw that I had no warrants or anything like that, but they still, instead of taking me to the police department, took me to the county jail. And upon taking me to the county jail, I was held there until the next morning for bond call. Went to bond call, and they held me, gave me a bond, and told me that I would either bail out or I stay in the county jail until someone could come bail me out. I didn't have anybody at the time to come bail me out because I was from out of town. And the police officers, the judge, the courthouse did not take into consideration whether I had a family, whether I had any kids, whether I had any dependents as far as anybody with illnesses, any jobs or anything like that. They didn't take into consideration my place of where I live, as far as renting or things like that. So it just incarcerated me. It was a minor issue. I was not abiding. I didn't abiding crime. It was just a simple issue of giving them a false name. I didn't want to be known to them. For that reason, they made it so serious as to incarcerate and affect me and my record because, later down the line, it showed me that yes, I'm incarcerated. So they took 3 days out of my life until I was able to find out. And I feel that that's a real problem because, yes, people are here to reveal it for violent crimes and things like that, but there's so many more that are not violent crimes. They're held for petty offenses that should result in the person being incarcerated. They need to take into consideration, a person's background, a person's, job status, things like that, whether they have kids, and they weren't doing that. So this took place quite a few years ago. But as a court watcher, I'm seeing that this is still taking place to this day throughout the state of Illinois and counties. This is something that you all need to take into consideration, and I believe that the Safety Act needs to stay in place. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Aaron Dorsey. The following five speakers are Diane McGuire, Aaron Peck, State Representative Ann Scott Murray, James Vaughn, and Korean Law.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Eric Dorsey. I'm a pastor here locally at Naperville. I'm here because I have a strong conviction today to share my perspective with public and government officials on the Safety Act, specifically using the bail bond system for people accused here to offer some facts to consider and a perspective of the person who has seen firsthand the impact of the bail system on poor families and poor communities. Most of the pushback on this idea has to do with releasing criminals into our community that threaten public safety. However, this narrative is based more on fear than on facts. America represents about 5% of the world's population, but about 25% of the world's incarcerated population. When you analyze these statistics, we're not the world leader in incarceration because we have the highest crime rate, or highest rate of violent crime. We're closer to the bottom of that list of countries with the highest violent crime rate. We're the world leader because we incarcerate more people pre-trial and for non-violent offenses than any other country in the world by far. According to Statistica.com, the violent crime rate in our country has fluctuated mildly over the last 50 years, but our incarceration rates have skyrocketed over that same period. Currently in our nation, approximately 74% of the people held in our jails are not convicted of a crime, have not yet been convicted of a crime. They're pretrial detainees, and most of these are there because they cannot afford bail. What's even more disturbing is that there are about 250,000 families represented in that number, approximately 1 million children that are impacted. These are children with a parent that's been impacted by incarceration for non-violent offenses who cannot afford bail. I'm a pastor, I'm a program director inside of our local prisons and jails. I also lead a reentry initiative to help families that have been impacted by incarceration and men and women who are reentering society after they get out of incarceration. My wife is a special education director for a local school district here. And she runs across so many kids and families that have been impacted in her school district by a parent that has been incarcerated. And there's a domino effect that includes loss of employment, housing, transportation. All of these are separate incidents that add to a child's ACE score, which is adverse childhood experience. Children with high ACE scores struggle academically to perform. And we know statistically now that jails and prisons are built in the future based upon the academic performance of children in grade elementary schools. So I'm here because I believe in the potential of the human spirit.
Here's my up.
Can I have a break 10 more seconds?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Ann Dwyer. Good evening, Mayor Cherico and members of the Naperville City Council. I am Diane Dwyer, a retired 203 teacher and a 44-year resident of the city. During public comment by Kevin Klein of July 19th, Naperville City Council meeting, we heard a 60-second video by Will County State's Attorney Jim Glasgow entitled "The End of Days." The video was focused on the perceived dangers of the cash bail provisions of the state act. I subsequently watched the video more closely, and I would like to offer the following points in response. There is, to be very clear, the Pre-Trial Fairness Act creates a system where detention is based on risk rather than punishment. That's why domestic violence groups and other women's rights groups or other rights groups support it. There is nothing in the law that requires those suspected of crimes out of prison when it goes into effect January 23rd. There are too many people who have been held not because they are at risk, but because they simply could not afford bail. When this happens, not only does it affect the person in custody, but also their family, just heard. At the same time, victims' rights groups have been concerned that dangerous individuals have been released simply because they could afford bail. And here is the most important point to consider. Public safety is best addressed by focusing on risk rather than money. Here are the facts that's going to explain what happens in 23. When the law goes into effect, state's attorneys would have the ability to go to court and present evidence as to why a person is suspected of a crime should be held, and a judge will rule to possibly hold them. The state's attorney in Will County, Jim Glasgow, has seemingly identified 60 people that he believes will pose a risk to public safety if released. Now, that's the first step in preparing for a future bond hearing, focusing on the risk factors rather than monetary bail request considerations.
state's attorneys are able to file motions, to hold people in jail pre-trial without bond for all eligible crimes, which includes anything class 3 and up, domestic violence misdemeanors, and all gun charges. There is time for all state's attorneys to plan ahead, assessing both the pending and the future cases. The Illinois Supreme Court Pre-Trial Implementation Task Force, that's a mouthful, has published draft conditions, flowcharts, and considerations for use by all law enforcement and criminal justice officials. And they're currently accepting suggestions at Pre-Trial Task Force at illinoiscourts.gov. I would urge State Attorney Jim Laskow to visit this website to learn more and provide his feedback. And I would urge the Naperville City Council to once again reject this resolution. Thank you.
The next speaker is Karen Peck.
Good evening. My name is Karen Peck, her Naperville resident. First, I support continued efforts to resolve community safety concerns between stakeholders. I oppose adopting resolution 20949 regarding safety. The resolution does not represent the interests of all stakeholders. Poverty affects minorities disproportionately, and therefore the ability to make bail. This resolution fails to address that. A video shown at the last council meeting was misleading. The new law allows people charged with non-violent crimes to await trial at home. The AG's hands are not tied. We can assess risk to the public. We better measure than whether or not a person can afford to pay. Those charged with violent crimes like murder or gun crimes will still be held without bail. The words unreasonable, unreasonably appear 4 times in this resolution. They should be struck out as they negate the Child Fairness Act, which is already passed into law. Until rewritten in good faith without bias, council must oppose this resolution.
Next speaker is State Representative S.T.P.P.
Good evening. I'm State Representative S.T.P.P. I'm here tonight to speak in support of both the original Safety Act, which I am a proud owner of, as well as the trailer bills we have fine-tuned and continue to consider fine-tuning alongside all major stakeholders, including multiple groups relevant experience, such as the Chiefs. Your resolution tonight claims the Safety Act is unreasonable on many accounts. I would counter the situation in our country has been unreasonable, and we need data-driven, future-thinking policies at our state level, which does include basics, like actually certifying officers who commit the most egregious offenses, so they can't seal their filing work in our state. It does include reasonable measures like ending cash bail. In fact, I went to bond court this morning, and what I saw there has affirmed why I voted for and still support the Pre-Trial Fairness Act. In the current money bond system, judges make the decisions to jail or release a person pre-trial in a matter of minutes. The primary factor determining who is released pre-trial, whether or not they can afford their freedom. In the first case we heard, we actually had an example of a person who may pose risk to someone in our community. And startling to me, the bond was set at $30,000, which only required $3,000 to get to his freedom. If this were in January, the risk to someone else becomes a priority, and pre-trial detention would have been much more likely of an outcome. Conversely, in the second case, there was a person interacting with our court system for the first time. His bond was set at $1,000, and an amount he couldn't afford. This would put his newly acquired job in jeopardy and statistically increase his risk to be arrested again in the future. The Pre-Trial Fairness Act prioritizes safety, not the size of someone's bank account. No one should be able to buy their way out of jail for the same charge as someone else who can't afford to do the same. That's not a system that keeps us safe. The Pre-Trial Fairness Act ensures that prosecutors can motion for anyone to be jailed pre-trial if they pose a risk to another person or if they believe there's a reason they will flee. That means a person who might present a danger will remain in jail, while the vast majority of arrests don't pose a threat will be able to continue to live their lives and thrive for their families until they trial. I strongly ask for your name tonight.
Next speaker is James Bond.
Hello, everyone. I'm James Bond. I'm here today to rise in opposition to this resolution and speak in full support of all provisions of the Safety Act. I have never been arrested. I hope I never am. But if I was, I would hope that my pretrial detention would be based on the risk that I might pose to my community and not the amount of money that I just so happen to have in my bank account. The elimination of cash bail will give the state a system of pretrial detainment that emphasizes safety instead of giving freedom to the wealthy and prison to the poor. Judges and prosecutors will be able to lock up people who present a danger to others rather than watching them get back out onto the street if they just so happen to have a few $1,000s in their bank accounts. This resolution is vaguely written and poorly worded. It seems to suggest that any requirement on police, no matter how small, is unreasonable. And it is couched in the old, tired, and empirically disproven refrain of the war on crime. Based on this antiquated view, we lock people away and charge taxpayers billions of dollars to warehouse people before they have even had their day in court. These people, who are still innocent in the eyes of the law, often lose their homes, their jobs, their entire lives as they languish in their cells for weeks or even months pre-trial. No more. Enough is enough. It is time to leave the old ways of thinking about punitive incarceration behind. It is time to stop relying on a system of justice that unfairly tips the scale in the direction of the wealthy. Reject this resolution and support the Safety Act, because it is the only way we will ever be able to move towards a safer society. The first speaker up here today said that we would be releasing murderers. But if that's true, then the judges and prosecutors in those cases should have asked those people to be remanded because they pose dangers to the community. That is exactly what the Safety Act will allow them to do. The people who committed those crimes would be free today if they had the money for bond. But I believe if they are dangerous, they should be in jail regardless before their trial, regardless of their income. Justice should work the same for everyone, regardless of your income. That's what this bill does. And that's why you should oppose this resolution.
The final speaker on this item is Katrina Baugh. In addition to the public commentary tonight, there were 2 statements of opposition, 2 statements of support, and 1 written comment on the website.
Hi, I'm Katrina. I am the UK County organizer for the People's Lobby, and as a part of my work, I've been court watching jail across the last where people are in jail. And so I'm just here to tell the city of Naperville that the Safety Act is what's actually going to make this community safer. The things that we have heard from just Evans are that this is something that's going to release people who are a danger to others, which is actually exactly the opposite of what the law allows. Frankly, right now, we have people from Naperville who are arrested by Naperville Police Department. They're sent to us up in we see them go through bond court. And if they are wealthy enough to see their way out, it doesn't matter what danger they may pose to a loved one or to another person in this community. If they can pay their way out, they are out here. This is not just about promoting justice and equity for people who have been consistently trampled on simply because of their lack of resources. It is also about making sure we actually do what's necessary to keep our community members safe. I also think that maybe every single student before me has proven the fact that what Kevin said initially was very wrong. This is probably not a conversation for the city of Naperville to have. If you all are interested in getting to know more about the Safety Act and learning what money bond is and why it needs to come to an end, that's a conversation you should be having with the DuPage County Chief of Police, Chief Justice, people who are representing us in DuPage County. There are people who are running for the DuPage City Council or County Council who are here tonight. Talk to them. This is a state level issue. It's very, very possible to get involved in this, and no one at the Naperville city level should feel good about voting for a resolution that is vague and unreasonable. Mayor. So for those who watched last meeting, I know that I asked for this resolution because our number one duty as public officials is public safety. Public safety is not a Democrat issue, it's not a Republican issue, it's an issue for all those who live in Naperville. As was pointed out by many of those who do work in our criminal justice system, there are some real concerns with current safety. So let's be clear to make sure everyone did read the resolution. The resolution is not asking to get rid of the Safety Act, to overturn it in any way. We're just asking for a discussion for some changes. It was purposely written in a way so that we're not passing blame on anybody. We're trying to get a conversation going. A conversation where, yes, the city of Naperville, again, our number one concern is public safety. For us to talk with the state, get their attention so that we can make some improvements. Because there are some good things about the Safety Act that's currently written, as been brought out by many speakers. The no cash bail for non-violent offenders. Absolutely, that's something we talk to most of the criminal justice system agree with. There are good things that have come from the current Safety Act. They're required to provide. Yeah, something you can discuss with our law enforcement. They will tell you they fully support. Yes, the speakers who came up and spoke about all the non-violent offenders who were fearful of being held because they couldn't pay, absolutely. Glad the Safety Act is trying to work to resolve that. And I hope that's something that continues to stay in place. What we're seeing is that there are some of the speakers here were coming forward and giving the standard risks to the community. That has been the standard historically. That is not going to be the current standard as of January 1st, 2023. It's a risk to a specific individual. And the specific individual, like I gave the example last time around, if someone is the murder victim, the risk to this specific individual is already dead and gone. How are you going to prove a risk to an individual when that person is already gone? So the point here is that we are trying to get a conversation started. This was written not to point blame at anyone, not to for people to be taking sides, but to get us working together so we can, as a community, come forth to protect the safety. That is something that I do know. No matter who I speak to in Naperville, what do people care about? Keeping Naperville safe. Whether they view it still as truly safe or not, it's their number one concern is to keep Naperville safe. And I do believe that even everyone who came to speak tonight, who said about the resolution, but they in their hearts as well. We need to always keep Naperville. So for this, I'm going to be on the voting next board. I've been asking for my fellow members here at the dais to recognize that this is to purposely try to make improvements that our law enforcement do what they do best, is to keep us safe, and we continue to do so after January 1st of 2023.
Thank you, Mayor. So I come at this with a very unique perspective. I used to be a uniform attorney in the United States Air Force for 7 years in the general. I tried over 30 trials by court-martial in front of a jury. I've done countless non-judicial punishments, pre-trial confinement hearings, all of that. For the million or so service members who serve our country and made that honorable choice to serve, if any of them get in trouble with the law, just to be clear, they're subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And if they are going to be held in pre-trial confinement, a prosecutor like myself will go forward, state their case to a pre-trial confinement officer, and that officer will make a decision based on the likelihood to reoffend. That's it. There's no buying your way out of that, no matter whether you're the lowest paid airman basic or an officer like Benny himself or a 4-star general. The same thing applies to everybody. So I think it's a little bit ridiculous that we can sleep under the blanket of freedom provided by our military military, hold that to one standard, and have a system here where you can buy your way out of jail if you have the money. So I will definitely be voting against this ordinance. I think it's very unclear what we're asking for, and I think with regard to cash bail, actually, it's wrong. Thank you. Councilwoman Summer.
Mayor. The resolution that we have before us tonight was not brought to us at the behest of city staff, including our department. The resolution, no matter what the vote count is tonight, doesn't have any enforcement on it because it's not our power to tell other bodies of government how to do their job. And as such, I'm not happy that it's on our agenda. I hear that our time and work is wasted on it. That said, here it is. I spent time talking to many of the state stakeholders about it last week. And at the end of the day, what I can tell from our chief of police, our state lawmakers, that the state staff has many great and helpful provisions for making government safer and more equitable, but it also has some passages that are causing questions and consternation among stakeholders in law enforcement and the judicial. I think the questions are valid, and I think there's good faith effort being made at the legislative level. And its best interpretation, this resolution is a word of encouragement for law enforcement, city stakeholders, and legislators to talk to each other and get clarity around concerns. Since this has been happening and continues to happen, it seems redundant. And its worst interpretation, using the word unreasonable several times in reference to generalized parts of the bill, has the city looking like we're casting vague negative aspersions on an incredibly dense bill that I doubt any of us really understand. So this makes it very hard for anybody to interpret what passing or not passing this resolution tonight even means. It means anything at all. We've got a lot in front of us tonight. In my opinion, should our state legislators be working with our police to ensure that the bill is clear enough, effective enough to create a safer bill? Absolutely. Is that happening right now? Also, will passing or not passing this resolution tonight make any substantive difference? No. People have concerns about this bill. You call your state representative and senator. Their bill, their job, and it's within their power. Our police chief and other staff are working diligently with the right people to make this bill the best that it can be. I'd like to let them do their job without a political sideshow. So for those reasons, I'll be abstaining from voting.
I'll start with what I said last time when this came up. I'd like this to come up and that's which I know other times I agree with consider these types of resolutions. What topics were came up, in my opinion, I thought about something like this. A year ago, I had pretty strong thoughts on it personally, some positive, some negative. I expressed those directly to us legislators. But I didn't think about the way as for the Safety Act, I said before, I still believe that they're positive to the act, that they're worked on it, approved. This version of the resolution that's on the agenda tonight does not provide details as to what changes are necessary. There has been some effort over the past week or so to try to find a version of the resolution that more actionable, substantively, and also more agreeable on the bias. Getting over that hump of when I do support resolutions, the most important issue, in my opinion, was adding clarity to the resolution on the pretrial detention issue, related to especially violent offenders, and that their detention is at risk. Yes, unfortunately, those efforts to find consensus have been successful.
For me, this is pretty simple. First of all, right at the beginning of how this was came along, called the veto session at 3 o'clock in the morning without debate. No witnesses voted on. In the dark night. I think any bill that is good for our state should be super more transparent than that. But there are some good things about it, many of which have been improved since that night when it's approved at 3 o'clock. And those things, many with our medical police department, we're doing before or are now doing. But we do have issues still. And I have talked to our state, I've talked to our chief, I've talked to our DA, the attorney, I've talked to our sheriff, and there's some real concerns. And so, as part of the police, I'm hoping quite.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, for me, I want to be clear, very clear. Everyone on the dais, including myself, I think that is definitely during our budget session as well. But look at the mortality for and the governing body can give place to role for anti-politics. Let's not put aside the narrative. I appreciate the work that's done to address a lot of concerns. Most of us recognize there is room to improve the bill. Quite frankly, there are already improvements with trade bills to address the concerns. I think this resolution should have a proactive approach to encourage our state legislators to open these concerns up for discussion with law enforcement and other stakeholders who have influence in this area. Words such as unreasonable for me should be, it does kind of seem like put blame on one side or the other. Bottom line, if we can get the legislators to discuss this openly, that's really what I would like to do. Not putting our people on it. Let's discuss it out the same one way or the other.
But I agree with Councilman White to some degree. I think actions, though, do determine what your actual support is. And I support our police officers, our prosecutors, they keep us safe. I worked for G.O.A for years, so we know there are elements of them. We know there are good people out there. Our city staff and our council members worked on this resolution for quite a while, not trying to make it one little way or another little way, but to put those issues that our police department, enforcement agencies, and our officials see a problem. There's a lot in the Safety Act that is a big thing, as the mayor said, and we've been complying with it. We've been doing it from before the Safety Act. There are some things in the bill they have concerns about. The bill does not allow the police to arrest an offender trespassing outside of private property, even if the offender is unwilling to leave. I mean, that speaks volumes, people. So those are things that this resolution going down Springfield will open those communications and those conversations, as Councilwoman Taylor had said. And so I think that always having that open conversation is relevant and important. But I think without action, it's just nothing. So if you really do support the police and our judicial system, this conversation and opening this conversation up to those in Springfield that can make a difference is the way to do it. And I will support it.
Yeah, I will also be in support of this. State's attorney, police have found this bill and see it improve. They have found that police
Mayor, I make a motion to adopt a resolution supporting continued efforts to resolve public safety concerns with the Safety Act.
Second. Roll call. Councilman, Councilwoman.
Yes, I wanted to make amendments to add
I guess the Councilwoman to amend. Go ahead.
here's
Okay, second. Okay, Councilman White.
Yes, Mayor, I'm scared I don't have it, but my motion is that an effort to get legislators have discussion.
Wait a second. So motion substitution that. The original motion, has a second. Mayor. Councilman Thomas. Can I ask a question about that motion?
So I've got the draft orders and draft resolution. Which portion of this? What is that?
Councilman White, are you just suggesting that the terms be stated in the affirmative?
So that's more in a proactive manner. So we can discuss at the discussion on cash bill. Yeah, for that's not our fault. But we already see that.
I'm not sure how we can do a second on motion substitution without actual language here. Stand up.
Council, what we're hearing is that motion substitution resolution be modified to take out the listing of the problems in the sense that current legislative yes.
Now, just point of procedure. We need a motion substitution in that second. Are we okay to make a motion substitution at this point? Answer second based on our.
It's fair. I heard the motion substitution. And I heard a question. No. Okay. Question.
Is there a second?
Mayor, I would second that with one additional change. Obviously, Councilman White, the change I would suggest, Councilman Taylor, which I appreciate for making. Correct. Councilman White's direction to staff. I would include it there.
All right, so we have a motion substitution. And Mr. Sandler, maybe you can just one more time just go over that.
What I'm understanding from the that is basically medical fraud that we want. Political agreement, work with all the cases represent all the community stakeholders. During the safety act, we recruited, but not limited to unreasonable discrimination. we settle. Breaking unreasonable and say really.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
I guess this is where I'm confused. I'm confused on this part as well. So what about are we just going to rephrase or eliminating one section, but there's about other issues such as police officers' discretion to make arrests. The issues regarding certification, accommodation, is eliminating all that, or going to try to change the phrasing?
Motion substitution is voted on first. So Councilman White's motion substitution will be our first vote. And so perhaps if you're confused or not certain about it, have yourself supported. You support it. Let's call questions. For the motion and a second motion substitution has been read into the record by Mr. Stanton. Go.
Kevin.
Aye.
Young.
Nay.
Sullivan. Abstain. Taylor. White.
Aye.
Jericho.
Nay.
Dustin. Nay. Interlock.
Nay.
Holzhauer.
No. Okay, so the motion fails 6-2. Now we will be voting on the original motion that was made by Councilman Dustin and seconded by Councilman Carroll. The modified motion to include the
Or violation.
all right, roll call.
Young.
Aye.
Sullivan. Abstain. Taylor. Aye. White.
No.
Jericho.
Aye.
Dustin. Aye. Interlock.
Aye.
Holzhauer.
No.
Kelly.
No. Motion carries 5-3. Okay. It seems to move pretty quickly so far. But we're now on the L3. So, a couple of things here. First of all, thank you for your patience and also for your respectfulness during all the comments earlier. Before we begin this discussion, for substantive matters related to this specific item, we have 135 speakers signed up to speak on this topic. So if there's no recess breaks or options, like we had in our last meeting during this topic, that's about 6 hours of discussion on this agenda item alone. For those of you who have signed up to speak, we have a copy of the speakers list. As Marcy, raise your hand. Red will pop there. There are also speaker lists posted on the doors and the walls of the city council chambers and in the lobby. Give an idea where you are at on the list. If you're signed up but unsure if you can stay until your name is called, you can go to Marcy, write on the sign-up sheet for support or opposition on this topic next to your name. And then your support or opposition will be read into the record when your name is called. So if you're signed up to speak, but you don't feel like you can stay here the entire evening or until your name is called, if you want to register your position, see Marcy, let her know your position. When it's your turn, you'll announce your name and your position. We'll be calling 5 speakers at a time. 5 speakers. Please take these 5 chairs here that are reserved for the speakers. When your name is called, please move to the front of the room and sit in the chairs and get a reserve. We encourage speakers to try to provide their remarks in 2 minutes or less, so we can try to move through this, but we do have a 3-minute limit. Also, our municipal code discourages repetitive comments and encourages representative statements. So what that means is, if you feel after, say, 20 or 50, 25 or 30 speakers have been up there that your views have been reasonably represented, then you can just simply say, hey, my name is so-and-so, I think that views that my views can represent adequately, and I support Brian's proposal. Don't have to, but that will help expedite things. And you'll find very quickly that we'll be hearing the same thing over and over again this evening. We also encourage, if you're in a group, to maybe elect one person to go up and represent your group. If you're all signed to speak, one person can adequately represent you, and we encourage that. All speakers are encouraged to please state their name and the city they're from. If my colleagues in the back, please hold on questions before we reach the end of the speaker list. All right.
Our first 5 speakers are Susan Craighead, Dana Bussing, Amanda Cavarazzi, Marco Divino, and James Andrew.
My name is Susan Craighead. I'm the president of the League of Women Voters of Naperville. The League of Women Voters of Naperville strongly supports Naperville's proposed regulation on the commercial sale of salt liquid and large gas demand. Gun violence is a public health and safety issue. This common sense ordinance represents an important step in helping us live peacefully and without fear. In particular, we applaud the members of City Council who have demonstrated the leadership to discuss this issue openly. We hope that now the City Council will vote to pass this ordinance, recognizing the opportunity to once again make Naperville a municipal leader and the best practices. Thank you.
Thank you. One more comment. I also see signs up there. You're allowed to have signs, but please do not hold them in such a way that blocks someone's view. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dana Bussing. I'm the resident of Naperville. I'm a physician specializing in rehabilitation care for stable and recovery life. Because of my experience in victims of firearms, I'm here to support the work. It is the deaths from shootings that make the headlines, not those for injury. But at least 2 times as many people are injured from firearms than are killed. These injuries alter lives. I have cared for people with spinal cord injuries, brain injuries, amputation, severe chronic pain, nerve injuries, paralyzing entire extremities, and other disabilities from gunshot. The action hero continues fighting after being shot and then is completely recovered in people is simply not realistic. So why am I here to talk about assault rifles, injury and death from all types of firearms? So public health. But the high velocity bullets of assault rifles are particularly destructive. Handgun injuries leave entry and exit wounds and linear cracks through the victim's body that are approximately the size of a bullet. A bullet from a weapon such as an AR-15 causes damage that extends several inches from the cap. The bullet doesn't have to go that close to the spine on the spinal cord injury. It doesn't have to hit a liver blood vessel to cause fatal bleeding. A shooter does not have to be especially accurate to kill and disable large numbers of people. I have seen and treated many people with gunshot wounds to their head and their neck and body. Unlike the victims in Uvalde, not a single one of them was stabbed. Members of the council, I urgently implore you to pass this ordinance after this. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Amanda and I'm a Naperville resident. In the 12 years that I've lived here, I've been to only 2 city council meetings. Life in Naperville has been good. But lately I've been wondering how long can this last? My son was 4 months old when Sandy happened. He was 6 when the shooting happened in the office building in Aurora. He was 8 when I heard about the Maldives, and he had just turned 9 when I took him. I think it's clear by now there is no community in America that is protected from gun violence. So we need to do something to safeguard and protect our community, and it starts by passing this ban. As community leaders, we spend time thinking about our city's future. Sustainability efforts like smart energy and modernizing our infrastructure are forward-looking projects. They strengthen and protect our community for the future. Gun violence must be addressed too for the safety and prosperity of our community. It's part of maintaining our good life in Naperville. Will this ban stop people from getting a gun? No, obviously. But that's not the aim of this ban. What can this ban do? For Naperville, it can show leadership, joining our call for gun legislation with municipalities like Highland Park and others. And this is important. Our community is ranked best in national polls time and again. Our identity as a community is based on our leadership, and this likely attracts new business to our city. But we can only maintain this position of leadership if we acknowledge the gun crisis in this nation and state, the moral and financial burden of it, and work to do something about it. Otherwise, we're stuck in the past and adhering to tired narratives that nothing can be done about gun violence, or the only thing that can help us is the prize for all questions. I didn't elect those guns to protect me, those guns to protect me or my family. I elected you. When you vote on this tonight, you might have in mind the gun shop owners who argue they will likely lose business if this ordinance is passed. Well, see my face too, and understand what I'm representing, the future of this city as a leader.
Hi, my name is Mark Primano, and I'm a Denver resident for more than a decade. I am Floyd Carter, and I coach occasional go shooting in the local gun ranges, including the neighborhoods. I've also grown up in former Yugoslavia during the Civil War. At the age of 13, I have witnessed firsthand damage that AK-47 Kalashnikov inflicts on civilians. Images that I still remember now, 30 years later, and I'll keep with me. With that in mind, I'm in full support of this ordinance. Last time and today you have heard, and you will hear numerous reasons why we should not ban assault weapons. You will hear that we need to protect ourselves from the increasing crime rate. Nobody needs an AR style weapon to protect themselves. If you can't neutralize the basic threat with a single handgun, then you should seriously reevaluate your firearms training. You will hear an argument that our gun stores only sell assault weapons to local abiding citizens, not criminals. Salvador Ramos was a law-abiding citizen when he bought 2 AR-15 style weapons on his 18th birthday. Just the day before, he rode down 19 kids in Cuba. Our kids are not getting killed at parades and school by criminals. Our kids are getting killed by law-abiding citizens that are purchasing weapons from gun stores that are the same as our gun stores, following the same rules and laws like our gun stores. You will hear an argument that they will make an impact on businesses here. That is true. I understand that. But there are 7 states in this country that have passed this type of ban, and they have hundreds of authorized firearms licensed dealers and stores that are still operating today. There's no sugarcoating. These businesses believe that that change or be made for them to survive. Things need to change. Our representatives in Washington, D.C. and Springfield are not going to make those changes. Doesn't matter who they are. They can be Joe, they can be Vince, they can be Mitch, they can be Don. They have stopped caring for us, all of us, long time ago. But you care for your community. Otherwise, you couldn't be sitting. So you need to make the right call. So lead by example, pass this ordinance. Because if you don't, 6 months from now, some young adult walks in to one of the two local neighborhood stores and buys Smith & Wesson MP50, and then walks in the Rangeley Elementary, Washington Junior High, Mayfield Central, and before our police department can even respond, in 60 seconds unloads 30 rounds, kills dozens of our children, your children. What will you be proud of? Your business record? Will you offer us your thoughts and prayers? What will you regret?
After James Sanchez, the following 5 speakers are Julie Coles, Liberty Turner, James Wynn, Nicole Abdallah, and Jose Diego.
My name is James Sanford. I'm a 65-year voting resident of Neighborhood. I also hold a valid voting card. I was taught firearm safety at an early age. Studies show that such training substantially reduces the inherent dangers from such devices. But there exists another class of devices. Howitzers, bazookas, mortars, Gatling guns, and yes, assault weapons. In short, intendedly lethal weapons, which pose much greater danger in this case. We quite properly require training on such devices for those for whom it is an essential part of their job. That is to say, National Guard, police, full-time military. When such training devices, however, are in untrained civilian hands, there are enhanced probability of accidents or misuse and have disaster consequences. One does not give a hand grenade to a child with a plate. Access to military-grade weapons should have substantial limitations, and past court decisions and even past actions by Congress have demonstrated the need for such control. I urge this body to demonstrate acceptance of these facts by passing this order.
My name is Julie Coles. I am a Naperville resident, homeowner, and taxpayer. I work at Range USA in Naperville. I am the Naperville chapter facilitator of a national women's firearm organization, and we have 120 meetings in my Naperville chapter. We train for self-defense at Law Weapons and Range USA in Naperville. I oppose this ordinance because it does nothing to address violence. It does nothing to address the leading cause of death among young people in our community, which are, according to the DuPageCounty.gov website, coroner's report for 2021, suicide, motor vehicles, and accidents. It also does nothing to address mentally ill and revoking void cards. Instead, this ordinance may permanently close the doors of 2 local businesses, Range USA and Law Weapons in Naperville, and eliminate jobs. These 2 businesses remained open during COVID because they were considered essential businesses, and the workers were considered essential workers. Since I spoke at the last city council meeting on July 19th, I heard on the news that the city of Naperville had 2 violent home invasions. Naperville Chief of Police Jason Aries was quoted in saying, "Naperville residents have an expectation and a right to feel safe and secure in their community, and that is especially true within their own homes." I agree 100% with Jason Aries' statement. It is our right to be safe in our homes and our communities. It is our right to defend ourselves in our own homes. After hearing these news stories, I thought to myself, how are the residents of Naperville supposed to defend themselves in their own homes without access to defensive tools? Women use the tools listed in this ordinance for self-defense because they are adjustable for smaller framed female people and they are a lower caliber. This ordinance
will not allow me and other women to access the tools necessary to defend our families and our own homes. Every time I turn on the news, I hear about violence. This proposed ordinance only addresses guns and not violence, or the other problems in our community. We should be spending money on programs that actually help, like funding the school resource officer program that the other gentleman, Richard, talked about earlier, instead of disarming the law-abiding citizens of Naperville. Mayor, Jericho, and council members, at the last council meeting, you mentioned that you are aware of all of the lawsuits that will be filed against the city of Naperville if this ordinance passes. How much money are you willing to spend to defend this ordinance when you lose? I am a Naperville taxpayer and I want to know.
Here, here.
We'll take a break yet. One more time. We're taking a break. I'm really well so far. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard, and I'm here to oppose the ordinance. Over 300 federal gun regulations and over 6,000 local and state. And yet, the 11 maps cited in the ordinance still happen. Banning the sale of sporting rifles will not stop mass shootings, which is evident in states and municipalities such as New York, California, and Highland Park. That not only ban the sale of sporting rifles, but also make it prohibited to and manufacture. Yet, mass shootings still took place. Two things can be right at the same time. A firearm can be used for peace, and a firearm can be used for good. Something underreported is legally armed citizens who like to stop mass shootings. Between 2015 and 2021, Crime Prevention Research Center reported 14.6% of active suspects by armed citizens. Here are a few examples. Syracuse, New York, August 13, 2021, a legally armed property owner stopped at a man who opened fire on a car outside the building. Titusville, Florida, August 4, 2018, a shooting at a back school event of over 200 people, primarily children. The gunman was quickly stopped by a legally armed citizen. Portland, Oregon, January 11, 2014, a gunman opened fire and shot 2 people inside a club. A legally armed citizen stopped the gunman. I will email the council members a list of other heroic acts like these, which is by no means comprehensive. Given a little media coverage, these heroic acts have to see versus the mass shooting. We, of course, can never know the countless number of lives these heroic acts saved, and thank God we never had to. The sale ban only infringe on the rights of law-abiding citizens and will likely force the closing of all weapons and range USA. The large turnout today clearly shows that the patrons of these two businesses value them. Simply saying people have a right to defend themselves means nothing if you don't have the means back as adequate form of defense. If you don't have access to firearms you choose to defend yourself with, your right to defend is just words. And therefore, the Second Amendment would mean nothing. Mayor Jericho, instead of another ineffective gun law, is forced to existing one. Focus on the individual setting the civil act and not being made absent use. Address the mental health. Learn from the action of legally armed citizens.
Speaker's hands up.
Here, here.
No comments.
Waiting sign is fine, but don't say it. That's how it causes to drag out. No outburst, just wave sign, do whatever. But the outburst is supposed to be doing this. It's going to be here till 3 a.m.
Gotta get everybody calm down. Huh? Gotta get everybody calm down, apparently. I gotta go smoke. I'll be dying. Alright. Come with? Huh? I'm good here. Oh. I thought you were moving this shit. What?
Getting ready for it. I know.
You're good. Something tells me that the city's going to do the training. See how fast it goes. Angela was asking what number are we on? I think we got done with maybe 130 so far. It's going to be a while. I got a big old extended battery pack. So that whole ran for all of Idaho. I was going 4 hours straight. We're at what, number 8? Yeah, no. I was supposed to be working till 7. Yeah, but, I got had one of my coworkers come in later in the day and cover for me. Got 2 hours off. Looks like I'm back.
Followed by Nicole Abdallah and Jose Gallego.
Again, folks, no applause, no cheering, no booing before, during, or after the. Okay. My name is James Wins. I'm a resident of Gainesville.
case, soon, but yet, find it necessary to work your way around it. That's what this is. Some method for you to avoid going through the process that finding bond is set aside, which is amendments. That's not important. Or it's more important to look what seems to look like something. I'm quite sure what it is. I do know that statistically speaking, a particular weapon that you seem to be fixated is a rifle. According to FBI data, during their unified crime reports, which they do every couple of years, now recently since this new administration, it's become a lot more difficult to track down this bad. But in the 2019 report, which was the last one that was available, for example, I searched the number of homicides committed by AR-15 or semi-automatic rifles, a rifle is categorized in rifle category. Every year, 2019 and 5 previous years prior to that, less than 600 homicides reported as a rifle homicide. Granted, the FBI is giving them that data, but their data is correctly reported as well as FBI crime. That same particular year, 1,500 people are killed with knives. And you seem to think that it's important enough to piss off 50% of the population for something that is categorically a smaller number. Numbers are terrible. I understand that. I care about it. But it doesn't add up. That's a real number. It's not a statistic. That's every year, year after year, less than 600 people killed by rifles. That's all right. You find it necessary to choose that during this process. Plus, this isn't a question. I appreciate it. Speaker time is up. Thank you.
Members of the City Council, and his staff. My name is Nicole McDonald. I've been a resident of Naperville since 2006 and an employer of Naperville since 2007. I operate a national facility in risk management, a company run on numbers of analysis in order to do that for our clients. As citizens, we strongly rely on the city council to make sound legal decisions on behalf of us with in faith, meaning there is some quantifiable, well-studied understanding of not only why we are making sentences, but what the probable outcomes of these decisions are. As I stated with the last meeting, the proposed amendment draft remains without setback, they said. We listed several firearms crimes, yet failed to identify statistics displaying how many of those crimes were committed with lawfully retained firearms, or even firearms obtained from our two neighborhood lenders. We failed to identify statistics showing a decrease in crime rates in city ordinances like these were implemented compared to their years prior. We failed at generating a purposeful, well understood, well calculated law against our lawfully abiding citizens, because that's who this applies to. It doesn't apply to them. At the last meeting, we displayed a lack of understanding of what the term assault firearms involved. We went as far as displaying a lack of understanding between various magazines we are looking to restrict. And yet we wanted to tell citizens we are lawfully taking this away from them. The revised language continues to encompass basic self-defense rights. If you truly want to impact the safety of citizens, you're not going to eliminate criminals that don't mind. You need to stop being lenient with them. You need to empower our law enforcement and fund them. We have seen, even just recently, an increase in violent crime rate here in Naperville. Several armed robberies, armed carjackings, armed burglaries. And here we are telling the world that we will be aiding and disabling our citizens from the right to protect themselves, making them sitting ducks to criminals. Considering the lack of quantifiable change and not only necessitating this ordinance, but
developing a legal restriction against law-abiding citizens, not against criminals. You are actually empowering the criminal population. Essentially, what this ordinance is doing is permitting the few criminals of our society and the few ill-minded of our society to govern our rights. Your best statement there. Please do not use your seat position to simply make a political statement. Rather, use them to make true, quantifiable, impactful change that will result in quantifiable food safety.
After Jose Gallego, the next 5 speakers are Annette Gallego, Diane McGuire, Tip Sedmeyer, Kyle Anderson, and Felix Rivera.
Buenas noches. My name is Jose Gallego. I'm here to support the passage of ordinance 22 I have been a resident taxpayer for 20 years. My wife and I decided to create a family primarily for the quality of public education and safe environment for our family. Both of my children attended this school. This is their hometown. It will always be. Our families volunteered, participated, as an effective making it a better community as I am also veteran of the United States. Was named Corner, assigned to the First Marine Division, First Battalion, and I was an infantry medic. I have witnessed firsthand the initial wound of a projectile fired by an assault and seen the results of destructive force. The injuries are impactful. They are physically and mentally painful, disfiguring, and lifelong. I have known hundreds of Marines and sailors who have experienced this trauma. I have also an above average experience with military-grade weapons. I handle fire professionally trained leaders. In this country, we have a simple gun permit, restrictive measures need to be applied. By adopting the proposed ordinance, we're taking a helpful step to reduce gun problems in this municipality, this county, this state, this country. You must be vigilant to the primary needs of our community. Some of those primary needs are our safety, our freedom to move about without worry. We pay taxes to ensure our public peace and order. The ordinance benefits our local police officers and the surrounding community by attempting to reduce potential threats to their lives. Research study conducted by the University of Kentucky in June 8, 2022 highlighted how do veterans view gun policy. Evidence from the Guns and American Life Survey by Ellison County, United Gonzalez. I quote, results. Veterans with and without combat experience are more likely to favor banning AR-15s and military-style rifles and high-capacity ammunition clips. Veterans are also more likely to favor a 14-day waiting period for all gun purchases. Veterans understand the destructive power of military-style weapons. As to those in our civil society feeling they are being harmed by ordinance, you are not. The council should be actively promoting the general welfare of this community. You should support them. It is not just about a few. Thank you for your time.
I am Annette Gallego, a resident of Naperville. I have lived in Lyle and Naperville my entire life. I have taught in Naperville. My children were students there. I support the ordinance and the sale of style. I have heard the argument from those opposed to the ban. One being that it's more important to be an expert on firearms criminality than you have an opinion. This argument's only purpose is to distract from what we all know. Assault-style weapons are designed to kill and injure as many people as possible. Roughly. The high-velocity bullets fired from assault-style weapons don't just restrict the body. Instead, they cause cavitation or massive destruction. Their destructive effect on the body of the child. Gun manufacturers have made a fortune from the sale of
shops and dealers. One such manufacturer is Daniel Scott. Their former marketing director testified during a deposition in 2015 that their profits rose in parallel with the popularity of guns. 80% of their sales were to the military. Then they shifted their attention to civilian market. Today, 90% of their sales are from civilian. And in 1 year, their sales revenue tripled, $31.7 million to $110 million. In this deposition, they targeted how they did it. They revealed how they did it. They targeted a demographic of white men ages 35 to 55 sell protection for themselves and others at or away from home. They also targeted young men by calling them urban centers and romanticizing the use of these weapons by soldiers in the military. It worked. The manufacturing, marketing, and sales of assault-style weapons comes down to one thing: making money. I.S.R.A. gunshot was private ban because it would shut down their businesses. I would remind you who your top employers are. They're Edward Hospital, not your gun shop. If there are those of you on the council who think Naperville should just wait for a ban, legislators like the state or the federal level, I ask this: were you elected to be a leader or a follower? Naperville was selected as safest city in America in 2021 and was named one of the top 4 places to live in the U.S. this year. People set it up for them. They feel safe.
The next speaker is Diane McGuire, followed by Edmeyer, followed by Kyle Anderson, and Felix Rivera.
Good evening again to the mayor and members of the Naperville City Council. I'm Diane McGuire, retired District 203 teacher and a 44-year resident of the city of Naperville. On July 19th, at its first reading, I also spoke to the proposed ban on assault weapons in high-capacity magazines. At that time, used a powerful column on this topic from Donna McBride, columnist for the Naperville Sun. Tonight, I'm going to focus my remarks on the July 21st editorial of the Daily Herald, published just 2 days after your meeting, entitled "Naperville Could Lead the Way." And I'll begin about a third of the way into it. When Naperville talks, people listen. We hope they are listening now. Fundamentally, assault weapons do not belong in the hands of ordinary citizens. These awful weapons are killing machines that have no place in our communities. They are not designed for hunting, target practice, or speed shooting, or to protect homes and property. They are designed to kill people with alarming efficiency. That alarming efficiency was on display July 4th in Highland Park and on May 24th in Uvalde, Texas. And those are only the latest examples, and we don't need any more to prove this point. We need to make these weapons as inaccessible as possible. So we support what Naperville is attempting to do, despite our usual reluctance to back legislation that will result in potentially confusing, well, this town has a ban, that town doesn't. Moreover, we support it, even with a bill pending in the General Assembly that would make it a felony to buy or sell assault-style rifles and high-capacity magazines. We support Naperville's proposal, even though it won't solve everything today. Or in a month or a year, city councils are not under the same pressure, however, as state legislatures are. And the steady drumbeat of community after community getting behind a ban on sales eventually will have a bigger effect. Illinois cannot wait to see what happens in spring. Communities can take up the cause now and should. Public safety, after all, is one of the primary obligations of a municipality. Let Naperville lead the way for other suburbs, imperfect though the tools may be. Let us use what we have to keep our communities safe. And I remind you, when Naperville talks, people listen. Let's lead the way. And thank you. Mayor, City Council, good evening. I am Viv Techmeyer. I am a wife, a mother, grandmother. I am also a law-abiding gun owner who has the right to defend myself and my family. I am also part of a very large group of the gun community. I am also somebody. I am the person that shows up when an extra hand is needed, comes early, stays late, does whatever it takes to get the job done. But I am not the only somebody. There's a whole gun community of somebodies. There are somebodies here, there are somebodies there, there are somebodies everywhere. In fact, there are millions of us nationwide. We are part of many gun or shooting organizations that are too numerous to mention. We as a gun community are going to show up, speak up, stand up for our values and our rights. We will continue to show up every time an ordinance gets put on an agenda. It may be different faces, different places, but we're going to be there. Something you may not know about the gun community is that we educate, we train, we are prepared. We are a very large group of educated, willing to share information, gun owners, and responsible store owners. The years of safe gun experience in this room alone would be in the hundreds of years. We are instructors, range safety officers, first aid responders, and more. Safety and proper gun handling is a constant and is taught from the very first class and is addressed every time we train or go to the range. How many of your friends, neighbors, and people you run across every day are concealed carry or gun owners that you don't even know about? Wouldn't you want these responsible, law-abiding citizens taking actions that might save your life or the life of a loved one if something happened? We're also a large body of voters, and we are going to support the candidates that support us and our rights. As gun owners, we also spend a whole lot of money in and around our local communities. We do not want to see our favorite gun stores put out of business by passing this ordinance. So do not let the criminals win. Do not punish all for the actions of a few. I want to thank all the other somebodies that showed up here tonight, and I urge you, and we urge you, to do the right thing and vote no.
Councilor Kyle Anderson was unable to come with the room. Is it possible to speak on his behalf?
Did you already speak?
Yes.
No, he can register his statement with the question.
Okay, I was just asking because at the last meeting we left.
No, thank you.
Good evening, Naperville City Council. My name is Felix. I'm an Naperville resident as well as a range instructor at Range. I'm here to urge you to vote no on the assault weapon sale. I want to be clear that I mean absolutely no offense when I say that it was very clear from the last city council meeting that the firearms knowledge on the city council is lacking. From a gun is registered to you for 7 years and it drops off, to how many rounds does it walk to the pool. Passing ordinances on something that you are not 100% on is simply ignorant. The firearms being banned in this ordinance are not even close to some of the most powerful firearms available to purchase. For example, the M1 Garand was fielded to troops during World War II, meaning it is an actual weapon of war, which was handy. It fires a 30-06, which produces 3 times the muzzle energy of a 5.56, which would come out of a digital AR-15. It would be perfectly okay to sell the M1 Garand under this ordinance. Your average hunting rifle chambered in 308 has twice the muzzle energy of 5.56. Also perfectly okay. Banning firearms simply because they are scary or intimidating will not solve the issue of someone being mentally disturbed enough to murder. Should we not focus on what is causing individuals to want to commit these heinous acts? Why not spend the time and effort checking in on our friends on both sides? When was the last time you asked your friends and family how they were sincerely doing? Do we now be doing that instead of banning inanimate objects? It seems like every day, we get more and more disconnected from ourselves and from our community. I'm absolutely sure that every single person in this room wants the same exact thing. We want peace in our communities and to feel safe. We simply have different views on how to achieve that. I can tell you that banning these types of firearms will not work. We see this all over the place. New York State has an assault weapons ban. Buffalo, New York have it. The federal assault weapons ban from 94 to 04. Mine happened in 99. Chicago also has said assault weapons ban. We see how well that works out every single day. And before you say you just go to Indiana, please try that. So finally, I ask the members of the city council to vote no on this rule.
The next five speakers are Amy Gunther, Ashley LeBud, Melissa Erickson, Tammy Dusenberry, and Betsy Musket.
Hi, my name is Jamie Gunther. I live in Naperville and I voted in every single election. We heard a lot of technical arguments about this or that, but I'm just going to tell you my personal feelings. I lived here since 1974. I raised my family. I taught in G.O.A for 25 years, and I've been an active member of our community. I urge you to do what's right. Vote to support the ban on the commercial sale of assault rifles. I love Naperville, as do you. We've retained community values over the years. I still see kids in my neighborhood biking and walking to school, families biking, having fun, going to the beach and old-fashioned Thursday night concerts. But thanks to you folks and the previous councils for whom I voted, we continue to be a vibrant and vital community. As you know, Naperville was just recently chosen as the fourth best place to live in the whole country by livability. And families want to move here and stay here. People want to shop in the downtown. They want to spend money here. They want to support the community. And I think those facts speak to the values and the work you and other elected and employed officials have done. And I want to thank you for that, what you've done in the past, and how you do what Naperville wants to make us the great community. Not only live here in 74 when I moved here, but every year since then. So I want to continue to support you with my vote, as does the large community of people here that I know. You know what the right thing is to do. So do it. Vote to ban the sale of assault rifles. Thank you. My name is Ashley LeBud, and I'd like to thank you for taking the time to listen to this critical issue. I'm a Naperville citizen, and I grew up in this community. I went to North High School. My friends and family live here. My daughter lives here, and I would like to express my support for banning the sale of semi-automatic weapons in Naperville. Weapons that were certainly not around when the Constitution was written. These weapons we're discussing are designed for war, to allow trained soldiers to carry more ammunition and to kill quickly and efficiently. I'm also a high school teacher, and I get to witness firsthand how much time, money, and resources go into school safety because of this. Worst of all, we ask kids, children, to face this problem head on. We ask our kids to practice active school shooter drills and brainstorm what they might do to survive in countless deadly scenarios. Let me be very clear, this is detrimental to their mental health. It is detrimental to their sense of belonging and their ability to learn. On top of it all, firearms are now the #1 cause of death of children in the United States. Let's stop asking the kids to do the work and do something ourselves. You have that power. Passing this ban step that we can take. And while it will not prevent all gun violence, we know that this will save lives. And isn't that worth it? I ask you to think about our children and listen to the people of this community. Our community cares about each other, especially about our children, and we support this stand. Thank you.
Hi. First, I want to thank the council in advance for voting on this extremely important topic. I know we're all obviously difficult. I want to express my support for family jails, and I automatically like others have said, more children die per year from guns than international state military combined. That's not even that. Children and folks that are injured and others. We know gun laws work. The states with more severe laws less gun violence than those on last laws. These weapons are designed to be powerful enough to pierce military moments. Most recently, we've seen the forefront goal that these weapons may be your vote today has the potential to save lives. These weapons of war as far away from as possible, and out of the hands of those who wish to harm them. Please think of protecting those who love, those who support. Thank you all. Good evening. My name is Tammy Dusenberry. My family and I have been residents of Naperville for 24 years. Let me start with the fact that no one in this room wants anyone to die for any reason. We are sad when loved ones die by natural causes and our heart breaks when anyone dies from natural causes and other instances. While it is easy to finger point and isolate one item or one idea to blame in our efforts to solve the problem, it is not appropriate to pick an inanimate object to blame. Recent mass casualties occurred because airplanes, cars, bombs, and especially. The responsibility for these tragedies does not fall on the tool used, but on the individual involved. The person that ignited the bomb, the person who drove the car through the parade, people hijacked airplanes, and the person about the pressure. The instrument cannot be blamed. A human is responsible. Legal gun owners will afford cars and CPL classes, education training classes, and groups, as well as practice on training. We respect the power of the instrument. Firearms are owned for sport and protection. Growing up, I remember boys in high school with shotguns and rifles back with us in the high school parking lot. And it should be noted that grew up in a suburb, not some other town in the middle of nowhere. It also should be noted that no one ever thought guns would be used to hurt a person. There was an overall respect towards other people, something that has quickly gone wrong in our society today. A musical instrument cannot play beautiful music by itself. It requires a person to make the sound. A rifle, a shotgun, or handgun cannot fire by itself, but it also requires a person to operate. While we respect your efforts to address this tragedy, we ask that you look at some of the root causes, which are, again, an inanimate object cannot be blamed. No one wants firearms to be held by those who should not hold them. Felons, people under the influence of alcohol or drugs, children, or anyone who might use it to harm another individual. We also don't want the firearms taken away from law-abiding citizens. If a bad guy wants to buy a gun, the Naperville ordinance will not stop this. Even the Chicago Tribune noted that the system failed in the Highway Park tragedy. I ask you, please vote no on this ordinance instead of tonight to find the root cause as an inanimate object cannot blame tragedy.
After S.T.P.P, the next 5 speakers are James Watts, Nicholas Clementos, Scott Vandermeyer, Katrina Karnowski, and Elizabeth Carroll. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Betsy Rusted. I'm a registered nurse, and I participate in the Naperville chapter of the S.T.P.P. I meet and train at Law Weapons and Range USA, but one of the things
two businesses, your ordinance will likely put out of business. All the ordinances and laws we have in Illinois haven't stopped violent offenders yet. This is the perfect example of insanity. You do the same thing over and over and expect a different outcome. The crime rate continues to go up and these criminals are coming to the suburbs. They don't go into law weapons or Range USA to purchase a firearm. They do it illegally. Criminals don't care about your laws. With this ordinance, you're only hurting the law-abiding citizens. Every time there is a shooting, there is a knee-jerk reaction. We need more gun laws. What we need is more help for the mentally unstable, getting rid of gangs, and stopping all the fentanyl use in our cities and towns. Put your time and resources into making schools safe, with encouraging kids to say something when they see something. The young people that knew the Highland shooter knew he was unstable, but didn't say anything. We need to have trained and armed school resource officers in our schools. Spend your money there. A school district in Florida is implementing this very same thing. The ordinance will not make our schools or communities safer. Quit punishing the law-abiding citizens and responsible businesses that help keep neighborhoods safe. Anyone intending to do harm will find a means to do it, regardless of any law. Did you know that in the Chicago area last year, 52% of high priority calls did not have an officer to respond due to shortages? What if the police can't get to you or the bad guys get in your house? You may need to protect your family someday in your home, just like the family here in Naperville when 3 men came into their house. When you take the guns away from the law-abiding citizens, you make the rest of us feel less safe. Are you going to feel safer if you pass this ordinance? Everybody in here? I won't. When I go to a restaurant, I will still sit facing the door. I will still look around for all the exits. And when I'm at a big event, I will be aware of my surroundings and see make sure no one is there that will endanger any of us. Because there's always someone mentally unstable, and the violent criminals will still be acquiring guns legally. A council member on YouTube made the comment that this will not solve the problem. Well, what is the point if it won't solve the problem? It seems to me it's not about safety, it's about virtue signaling. When democracy turns to tyranny, we still vote. Please vote no to this ineffective one.
Sorry, my name is Jim. A couple of different things. So, first off, with regard to raffle about because basically everybody ran a couple of other things. Let's say, okay, you're going to the next stuff in one sense is saying you're going to stop the crime and all cars that are out. It's the same thing as saying we're going to do something about the police. I say, now, as for safety, when it comes down to it, you're going to see talk about safety. The trend for the police department to protect the service homes in 1950 is Los Angeles. But the Supreme Court ruled that police had no specific obligation to protect you in the 1989 decision in the shade for you to make the country. Okay? The police cannot protect you. Now, that being said, but also the problem is a lot of you are really hungry with what you're trying to do. And I see that as a problem. So, the director of civilian training law, I formally invite you to come and allow me to teach about that which you're trying to manage. Let me educate you at least some so you can come here and talk to me. I expect that now, if you choose to show up, that's great. If you don't, I'm either going to choose that you're or my suggestion is being to your sexual. That's the way so. I would just rather you come, let me educate you so that you see what they're really like.
Otherwise, I hope to see you have law weapons and form a request. My name is Nicholas Lorenzo. I've been an armor for 4 years and I care to remember. I have a lot more hair back then, but I've been working in Naperville for quite a number of years. I want to express my position to the ordinance on the grounds that it is unconstitutional as for the recent Supreme Court ruling on West Lady. Ordinance was full of favorable litigation due to unconstitutionality of the statute. And although you have pro bono representation or litigation, it will not cover the felony when it is turned in. Everyone here gathered on both sides of this issue wants to stop the future as violent. I can tell you with certainty what is being proposed will fail in that endeavor. Instead of addressing the issue that can't prevent the next act of violence, you are proposing something that will make you feel better. It will have no effect on the particular individuals, criminals, and psychopaths. What is being proposed will only harm law weapons, Brand USA, those of us employed there, and those that we serve. The laws of existence in Illinois should have stopped these individuals. Why were three assault indicators put out by these individuals ignored? Was it because people don't want to take responsibility when they see troubled individuals? Is it because people think it's not my problem, someone else will take care of it? Well, we've seen what that kind of thing can get us. Even if we were to close Pandora's box and remove all the firearms in existence, we would not stop the next stone, brick, stick, car, truck, airplane, or chemical bomb that is used with murderous intent. All you will be doing is allowing these murderers and those with murderous intent to slaughter innocents. In conclusion, I'd like to say that Cain slew Abel with a stone, David slew Goliath with a stone. Both were acts of homicide. But there is an important difference. Thank you for listening. Be well.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, great resident of now reside in Yorkville. I have a couple of issues that I question whether or not the city attorney has done a conflict of interest review with all the members of the city council. The idea that there's been due diligence to ensure that there are no conflicts of interest for anything that specifically talks about the real estate purchase, acquisition, or any properties that may be involved in future development. I think that there's issues with any commercial real estate broker's licenses that may be involved for future promissory notes about any conflict of uses if this ordinance passes and vacates any contracts that are currently pending. I would suggest that if there has not been due diligence for all of that, and there is no affidavits or conflicts cited by the members of the city council, that this thing be postponed until a future date that all the members of the city council have sat there and acknowledged that there are no conflicts. It seems to be that the proposed development of this has some pall of a shadow over what some of the nature and the reasoning behind this ordinance may bear. I know that you have reduced the scope of the ordinance to one that deals with the sale of rifles. But I would point to the Illinois Retail Firearms Association, being the city of Chicago, they attempted to prohibit the sale of firearms. that certain fundamental rights are protected by the Constitution, but outside the government's reach, including the right to keep and bear arms for self-defense under the Second Amendment. The right must also include the right to acquire a firearm. That acquisition is far from absolute. There are many long-standing restrictions on who may acquire firearms. For example, felons and mentally ill. There are many restrictions on the sales of arms. For example, licensing requirements of commercial sale. That does not allow you to ban commonly used firearms as defined by Heller and G.O.A. If you're going to do anything tonight, take a knee for this. Thank you.
My name is the Investor Defense has a criminal times really long with national is just not big enough to enter public transport. As a single woman residing in Liverpool, Chastity Dale met me with my license code, weapons, and overnight my first. I left my previous home to do the firearm restriction places put up. Every single person in this room can agree. Gun violence in Chicago is an unlawful gun owner. Has been important not to be first of all by the citizens and the our the last election, I celebrated the win of the vote empire along with many of the others in front of me. I promise to all members of the council, if this ordinance passes, I will do everything I have to do or never seated or kept in this. I will not feel safe in my communities and also on a what if.
After Elizabeth Carroll, the next five speakers are Brian Crawl, Peter Kokia, Matt Seifert, Robert Valdida, and Andrew Burley.
My name is Elizabeth Carroll. I'm speaking tonight as public policy chair of our branch consists of about 100 active engaged members and members. We want to thank you for your leadership in that. We applaud you for supporting staff. Statistics show that most trans youth in Belmont are purchased home. It's also important to understand that trans assault rifles domestic violence. When a woman lives in a violent situation where at present she is 4 times murdered, it's well documented that the majority of mass shootings involve AAW supports the ban from commercial sale of assault weapons and murder tactics. We ask for support.
Hello, my name is Brian Crawl. I've been a Liverpool resident for just over 12 years now. I was at the last meeting and I appreciate both sides' passion for this issue. Having said that, as much as they're both on different sides of the fence, I think there's one thing we can agree on is that we just want to save, no matter what the outcome of what's coming about it, but we want our community to be safe. Having said that, I really suggest that you propose this ban. I think it's just look at the legislation, it doesn't do anything for safety. They might look at our website or marketing and say it's all ban assault weapons, it's all ban gas and eggs. But really, what did it do? Probably did nothing. I would be willing to bet that most gun crime is not from the residents, but people that are from the state or surrounding towns. Chief might have some stats on that. If you really want to make a difference, and I think you all do, I would suggest an alternative solution. Instead of banning high capacity magazines, great businesses out of business. What about using the stats that our police department gathers about arresting? If we're arresting the same person 2-3 times at gun crimes, why aren't we going out the judges and letting these people out? Why aren't we just asking why? These judges are letting these people out and commit crimes again. What they're doing is they're making the neighborhood less safe, taking our police resources off the street. How long does it take to book somebody taking that officer off the streets, but for it to look down, you got to control the vehicle and make it safer. So it just doesn't make any sense. That's all I have to say. I don't want to repeat it. I'm also saying, but I would say vote no.
I had off the top of my head, one of the things we are meant to be is that all of these but are they real? Remember, school shooting. School shootings are those rates. And don't get an advantage of those rates. Let's take a look at, for example, the most deadly school shooting today. This occurred at Virginia Tech in 2007, where 33 people lost their lives. What were the weapons used? Lots of 19. And the Walker 22, 22 caliber pistol. 33. Let's take a look at weapons used in Columbine. What did the two boys have? Each boy had a 9mm handgun. Yeah, let's look at jumps. Each boy had a sawed-off shotgun used to modify itself, which is illegal. And one of them had a 9mm, same as Harvey. The caliber is the same as the handgun. Harvey at close range is nearly useless. All right. So we looked at those as the other one is this by face. Let's look at something else. Adam Monza, Samuel, the young man who shot children. He had mental issues that appeared to have his mother to help him do something constructive. You don't expose someone and Chris Kyle, the baby sniper, get his friend to the third to the red. Yeah, this individual has that. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for giving us this opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Steve Berg, a 15-year resident. My wife, a teacher in a local school district, and we were both wondering when children asked to care for school. As a resident, I've got 3 points to make. And point one is this is Naperville's decision. As a resident, I ask that the city pass this ordinance. Don't let the fear tactics and outside interests convince you to vote against the interests of the city. There is a silent majority, I do believe, that wants sensible gun laws. Nothing in this ordinance prevents a resident from keeping and bearing weapons, should they feel the need to do so for their protection. Even M1 air, which was mentioned earlier, which I do recall was not semi-automatic and carried only a 5-round clip. Let Naperville take a stand on a sensible ordinance. Point two, effectiveness. Last council meeting and quite often tonight, we heard many speakers question the effectiveness of this ordinance. And they made the argument that because it's not effective, you should not do anything about it. Since when do we not pass ordinances because people tell us they don't matter? They do matter because they are statements about what a community believes and what we value. This ordinance will be but a blip in the national debates about gun rights and gun control, but it will be a clear one. And perhaps we will actually keep alive the debate and not be another casualty to the loud and incessant drug deeds in favor of unfettered gun rights and the argument that everyone should buy more weapons. We would always say, if this ordinance makes one single law-abiding citizen consider whether they really need this type of weapon, it shall be done. Now let's talk about the Constitution very briefly. Of course, I'm not an expert on any of that, and I will not be making any judgments about it. But let's continue to have the debate about whether ordinances, laws like this are and are not constitutional. And so what if the NRA wants to threaten a lawsuit or anybody else against this ordinance, as we heard this meeting and last meeting? Heck, let's have it. Let's bring on the lawsuit. And let's hope it goes to the state court. Let's hope it goes to the federal courts, and let's hope it goes to the Supreme Court. Now, currently, the federal judiciary and the Supreme Courts are a bit skewed because of some senators in federal society. But precedents do change, as we've seen, and they will perhaps be challenged in the future and be challenged around the overarming of this country. But they will change at some point. So let's thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Rob, and I am a resident in the next town over in Montgomery, and I work in Oswego. I am friends with the owner of All Weapons in Naperville. He and myself share a common background, which is supporting law enforcement. As a small business owner myself, I cannot imagine what would happen if someone tried to ban something that I sell to make a living to feed my wife and 2 children. The most crazy part of this entire gun grab is that it's directly targeted at these business owners. Don't be so naive to think that somebody will just go to the next town to purchase a semi-automatic rifle and bring it back into Naperville because they can and they will. The only thing you are doing is taking money out of Naperville business owners' pockets and directly attempting to bankrupt them, as they now cannot legally sell the most effective tool to defend themselves against the criminals that are using these exact tools against them. So ask yourself, what does this do besides force business owners to move to the next town or go bankrupt? Absolutely nothing. It's very ironic how the first 11 lines of the ordinance lists off mass shootings conducted by mentally ill individuals. How will banning the sale of these weapons in the city of Naperville stop this? It will do absolutely nothing. If you want to stop mass shootings, why not focus the tax money on the mental health issues that cause them? Point 18, where do I even start here? This is laughable as you state that assault rifles did not exist when the U.S. Congress ratified the Second Amendment in 1791. Yet the internet also didn't exist either, and no one here is making that a point about our Fourth Amendment rights being violated every day by big taxes they have all of our data. I would encourage everybody that is within the sound of my voice to stand up and not tolerate this insanity. In order to stand up, it is in everyone's best interest to hit the city of Naperville what hurts most, their pocketbooks. After all, at the end of the day, it is all about money. Going forward, if this ordinance is passed, I would never patron any business if it resides in Naperville again, which would be shameful, as I do spend tens of thousands of dollars a year going to 20 other cities. Whether buying cat food to Boston's, to really nice downtown restaurants that are included to, but not limited to, new sushi, the selling Santa Solio, Empire Burgers, Allegory, and my 2 favorites, Captain Spice and Vibes, which I just had on Sunday for lunch. I guess my wife and I will have to have date nights elsewhere, as we would no longer want to stay at a beautiful hotel in the either. In closing, no one needs a 1,020 horsepower electric car that can go 200 miles an hour either. Yet anybody can walk into a Tesla dealership and buy one of those as well, so they can use it to go get coffee. Necessity is the mother of all invention. What does that tell you about a scenario? Thank you.
After answering the Rusick, the next 5 speakers are Gary Bannister, Nancy Chen, Michael Wolf, Anne Marie Suter, and Gabriel Gregorian.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Andy Morrison. I'm a veteran of active U.S. Army service, including tours of duty with an airborne unit and overseas. Our family has lived in Naperville for over 20 years. I manage a small business here in town. My kids graduated from North, and I've coached Park District youth sports along the way. This is the first time I felt it necessary to come to address the council. My personal view of the importance of our Second Amendment rights was forged at age 15 on our family's farm during hunting season, when a fellow who had been convicted of shooting his own son pointed the semi-automatic hunting rifle at my father and me in anger, after being asked very diplomatically not to hunt on our land. Fortunately, we were armed and he didn't pull the trigger. Criminals will always have guns. Law-abiding citizens who enjoy a balance of force do their best against them. I oppose the ordinance under consideration tonight. It is completely unproductive with regard to actually reducing the risk of gun violence in this community, as many have pointed out. One thing that hasn't been said yet is that if one actually sees a loaded firearm of any type on the street in Naperville in possession of anyone other than a law enforcement officer, that is a violation of Illinois law. We already have among the most restrictive gun laws in the nation here. The type of mass shootings mentioned in the draft ordinance recitals are carried out by violent, mentally ill people, and the vast majority take place in so-called gun-free zones. Paradoxically, any step towards turning Naperville into more of a perceived gun-free zone would actually be more likely to increase rather than reduce the risk of gun violence. Armed criminals seek points of lowest resistance. I completely understand, empathize, and agree with the impulse to take action in the wake of tragedies like Highland Park. Yet, it should be action that will have some tangible, beneficial impact. I understand that Naperville police are monitoring social media for signs of threats. Perfect. Make that effort bulletproof, as we heard earlier. Give the police more resources for practical, tactical training. Are all of the schools secured thoroughly as possible? Is that security properly vetted and oversight by the city and continuously improved? Or one that hasn't been mentioned yet, how about pushing the legal envelope productively to find ways to make the records of violent or mentally disturbed juveniles known to the National Background Check and state police databases for the purpose of improving later background checks. Naperville would lead the way on this important initiative. My request is to reject the ordinance. Thank you.
Next speaker, Jerry Bannister, followed by Nancy Chen. Nancy Chen.
Council members, I'm Nancy Chen. I've lived in Naperville for 50 years. I'm president of Chinese American Women in Action based in Naperville. But tonight, I'm speaking only as a grandmother whose granddaughter will be going back to school tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is the first day of school. I, like other parents and grandparents, worry about the safety at school. My children grew up in Naperville. While we had to worry about playground bullies against them, no one could have imagined that shooters barging into schools killed innocent children. After the Uvalde shooting, Naperville Chinese parents had a Zoom with local law enforcement and school security officials
To learn more about 6 protections that school implemented for students and employees. I was heartbroken and sickened to hear officials talking about procedures such as locking all doors during the school time, mapping escape routes, and practicing drills in the event of a shooter. Council members, many of you have young children in school. Our children deserve to have a normal childhood. They don't have to live in a shadow of potential school shooters in schools. Although we in neighborhoods have not suffered from assault violence the way countless other communities have, we cannot wait for it. Our city must act. Passing the proposed ordinance to prohibit the commercial sale of assault rifles in Naperville may not prevent violence, but it will slow down its potential by making assault weapons harder to obtain. It is not a perfect solution. It goes too far for some and not far enough for others, but it is a step in the right direction. And I urge you to pass the ordinance. This makes things safe for our children. Thank you.
You've all taken the oath to the Constitution, right? So it doesn't really matter if you hate rifles or rifles. You took the oath. If you don't obey that oath and vote yes for this ordinance, you are violating the Constitution. You should not be sitting there and voting yes for this. Because it doesn't matter if you like it or not. If the neighborhood lawyers are saying this complies with the Constitution, including the most recent Lewin decision in June, I find that shocking. We should be looking at getting new lawyers. It does not appear that they considered Keller, McDonald, or the Supreme Court decision. Lewin made it clear that the initial standards of scrutiny used in previous decisions were incorrect. They used intermediate standards of scrutiny. They should have been using strict scrutiny. And Lewin states, quote, to justify its regulation, the government may not simply posit that the regulation promotes an important interest. The government must demonstrate that regulation is consistent with this nation's historical tradition of prior regulation. Unquote. This ordinance miserably fails that. You have no choice but to vote no as this ordinance. Otherwise, you're violating your oath. Also, this ordinance has blatant lies in it. It says that civilian gun ownership or AR ownership, which is a made-up term that took 4 pages to define, was rare prior to 2004. There was 1.5 million rifles in 2004. And it says assault rifles are, quote, uncommon and, quote, unacceptably dangerous. There's 20 million for fours and 24.4 million for the National Shooting Sports Foundation rifles in circulation. They are modern sporting rifles in circulation. That's more than 4 F.P.C trucks on the road. Would anybody say those are uncommon? And when we speak of danger, rifles killed in 2020, 455 people. 400 kids a year, 15 and under, drown in pools and spas. Are spas unacceptably dangerous? If so, where's the regulation and law on that? 43,000 people die in car accidents every year. Are they unacceptably dangerous? Are they uncommon? Where's the regulation on that? Neighborhoods should not violate the law because we choose to fight it. No, well, we'll see if we can get away with it. That's what the city of Chicago did over and over. They had to pay checks to the NRA. Now, I'm not saying you can hold them to any group, but knowingly violating the law just because you can fight it with our tax dollars is wrong and a violation of your oath. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Anne Marie Suter, followed by Gabriel Gregorian. Good evening, Mayor Churko and council members. My name is Anne-Marie Suter, and I'm from Downers Grove, Illinois. I'm a mother of four and an accidental Second Amendment supporter. About 14 years ago, I witnessed my neighbor's house be burglarized, and I phoned the police. They caught the man. They brought me to identify the man. He didn't put my anonymity, and that man started to stalk me because of a mix-up with the state's attorney on his subpoena for court and life. At that time, I decided to become a gun owner and to get trained. And so I went to the first person I could think of that knew about guns, and that was my father. After a couple of times on the range with my father, I decided that that was not adequate training. And I learned about law weapons, and I took classes on law weapons and learned how to properly use a firearm, how to properly store a firearm, and also started sending my children as they became older. My daughter was the first one who had taken these classes on different days. Because in the event that I had to defend my family, I didn't want my kids to be panic stricken. Well, highly disabled. I wanted somebody to be able to pick up the fight. I find this ordinance, which I oppose, I find this ordinance to be sexist because it would prevent somebody like me from being able to decide on what firearm was appropriate for my defense. It would harm a business that has a facet of selling firearms as well as educating their patrons. That business would evaporate. They are a tremendous resource for our community. And one other thing that really bothered me was in the discussion amongst council members after last meeting, and I've seen some YouTube videos that I've heard council members say that we need to do something. Change for the sake of change is mindset of a cancer cell. This would help the cancer of crime proliferate throughout our suburbs. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I have come here today to inform you all that I oppose this ban. I want you to know that I take it personally you are trying to oppose such an unconstitutional ban. As a gun owner, I use firearms for many uses, varying from recreational purposes to hunting to self-defense, just plain fledged as I desire. Having a ban like this would shut down Log Hunters, which happens to be one of my favorite gun stores, whom I do a great amount of business. Should this ban take place, I want all of you councilmen, councilwomen, and mayor people to know something. I have a good memory. I know your names. I know your faces. I will vote against all of you. And not only that, but I will make sure that all my friends, family, neighbors, and coworkers vote against it. And I will stop doing business and allow places in Naperville and inform all these business owners that the reason why I'm no longer shopping there is because of this ridiculous ban, so they know who to vote against. It is absolutely absurd that the council thinks that passing this ban will make it safe and make the council fun. We'll only do the opposite. I want you all to think how ridiculous you will look should a ban like this get fought in a higher court, only to get overturned and make you all a laughing stock while the judge orders you to pay hefty lawsuit fees. You have no good reason to oppose this ban. Gun control not only did not prevent violence in Highland Park, Uvalde, or anywhere in New York or LA, but also made it far more dangerous for women and minorities as gun control is sexist and racist. Gun control was started in Virginia to ensure that non-whites did not have the means to protect themselves. Since then, it has only been used in order to suppress people in order to make it easier to gain control. Restricting choices of law-abiding citizens is not going to make the world a better place. It just makes the criminals have much more easier targets and increase violence. Of course, we all know what you're trying to do. You don't care about keeping people safe. This ban has nothing to do with facts, and you are only doing it for the purpose of virtue signaling and using it as a vehicle to further your political careers. We will not tolerate anything like this. Unlike you, us gun owners actually care about these. We don't like to see innocent people get murdered, which is why we
fight for these kind of rights so that every law-abiding American citizen has the ability to protect themselves. We also provide many classes in Naperville that teaches people on how to safely handle firearms so that they are never used for evil. If council is against something like that, the council is part of the problem. In closing, I want to say this: restricting the sale of America's favorite rifle, the AR-15, magazines, and anything else imposed in this bill will only cause destruction of your career. You will be convicted in the courts, and you will only live to regret upsetting thousands of citizens in Naperville who may have been on your side. Should you have not tried to impose this unethical, unconstitutional, ridiculous, sexist, racist, unethical law. I hope you all take the time and consideration to think this over so you can focus on real problems that are actually.
Next five speakers are Betsy Max, John Blakey, Robert Davis, Mary Perkins, and Kathy Thomas.
My name is Betsy Mox. I've been a lifelong resident of this town. I'm 70 years old. When I was born, I was raised here. I grew up here. I have seen everything happen in this town. Lots of change. I'm an active voter. I am a 14-year veteran as an election judge, and I vote. And I research who I vote for, and I want you to know that, because I want to let you know why I oppose this ban. I initially, in June of 2020, saw a lack of police action when we had the yelling walks in downtown Naperville, and I took Paul, and I heard the city ashamed of itself, holding back the police, allowing our businesses to be broken and looted. At that point, I decided, what do I need to protect myself? And I looked at a variety of things. Security lights, security cameras, martial arts. There are a variety of things, but they also started to be very much. I think that any law that infringes on our constitutional right for me to choose what I think is going to best protect myself against an aggressor. I'm 5'2", don't weigh that much. I need something that has what I believe will help me to overcome that difference in weight, ability, and size. And I believe it is my right to choose what I want, no matter what kind of gun or magazine. And your ordinance to infringe on my choice, I think is unacceptable as well as unlawful. I can't always depend on the police to come to my aid. Call at 911, and it's going to take them 13 minutes to get there. I know why it happened. I find this is discriminatory. I find this is, again, unlawful. These can't be everywhere. I need a means to adequately protect myself, and a crime can is nothing.
Howdy, I'm a resident of Naperville, and earlier we had ordinance you guys talked about, and earlier in that ordinance there was discussion that this ordinance should be handled on the state level, and maybe even on the federal level. I think what we have here is the same situation. we should be really having this discussion on the state and federal level. Why? Because we're gonna get sued. And as a taxpayer, I don't want to pay for lawsuits. I would rather have laws on the state and federal level where they actually have the big guns out there and fight for whatever side is needed. And the only thing that this whole vote here is going to split Naperville in half. I mean, you've got people, on the left and on the right, or on the, pro, anti, everything. And these guys, you just divide them. My opinion is that you should just basically table this whole ordinance, not even vote on it. Dismiss it. Because you're not doing, I mean, it's not doing anything good for me. It's just all bad. Thank you. Robert Davis, Northern Law Office. So I got to say that when I first spoke here approximately a month ago, I was naive. I told myself that Naperville leaders are misinformed, and I can stand up here and explain what the ordinance means for the people of Naperville in my business. I told you that it wouldn't stop a criminal from coming into Naperville to commit a crime, and that it wouldn't prevent mass shootings. It wouldn't take one bullet or one gun out of the hands of any criminal, or stop a deranged criminal from coming to Naperville to commit a crime. And that the people of Naperville wouldn't be safer because of this ordinance. I spoke with some of the council members here and explained the value that law weapons have provided to the city of Naperville. The arrest made by police through our efforts, the 10,000 plus firearms that we have destroyed in the police departments, the training we provide to the citizens, the hundreds of ghost guns that we have serialized, and our deep-seated relationships with the law enforcement community in the area. But even with all that, good that law weapons done to prevent criminals from obtaining firearms in the city of Naperville, for instance, in 2014, a woman was held against her will. I'm sure the chief could easily find these if you want to look at it. In 2017, law weapons called for a suspected straw purchase. In 2018, a fake C.P.P officer came in to buy a gun. In 2019, that's the ankle bracelet guy. He came into the store to buy a gun to kill his sister. And in 2020, made a report, man with a rifle, no point guard, and seized the rifle. He was upset and called the police. We called the police to come out and handle it. But even with all that, and the help we provide the community, it's not enough. It's not enough to change the unwavering drive of some council members' political career. I was very naive thinking that my words would make a difference. I was wrong. And I now see that this entire ordinance is nothing but smoke and mirrors. To forward an agenda and a political career of certain council members here today, I realize that nothing will sway them from using taxpayer dollars and the resources of the community to advance a political career. If you pass this ordinance, you'll do nothing to further the reasons that you outlined in the ordinance, that is to protect public health, safety, and welfare in the community. And the worst part is, you know it. Your political theater is more important to you than shutting down my family-owned business. Well, you're going to steal the job away from those employees that work there. That is wrong. Do the right thing. You have the power to do it.
And I'm also a mom and granddad. Like for reason, voice.
why this is here. It would be a shame if I can't continue my business and these others who have been much longer than myself.
Next, I was speakers are Victoria Perez, Anthony Jacobowski, Ken Colton, Kelly Christina, and Daniel Johnson.
Hello, my name is Roy, and I oppose this ordinance to amend the Title III of Neighborhood Municipal Code. This ordinance serves to do nothing more than close down the G.O.A. and Walmart, while doing nothing in terms of actually keeping people safe. If strict gun regulation kept people safe, then our very own city of Chicago would be one of the safest places in the country. The all-out assault weapons ban in Highland Park did nothing to keep people safe. And if bans work, then why don't we just ban murder? This ordinance clearly has nothing to do with rational common sense measures to actually promote safety and everything in politics. The ordinance may look great on paper, but it's like closing down neighborhood bars to keep people safe from drug trafficking. It's like banning alcohol, it's like banning pointy out, it's like pencils and knives, and it's like banning big pickup trucks. On the off chance it's like stab somebody or drive one of those to a crowd. All those things, if we ban them, it'll keep people safe, right? I hope this thing next time we ban it. Evidently they're not, and it's ridiculous. The logic isn't there. We shouldn't be stripping away everyone's freedoms because of the actions of the people. I strongly encourage the city of Naperville to avoid getting in the habit of closing down local businesses who poorly thought out.
All right, I'm Anthony Jacobowski, I.S.R.A, and I oppose this bill to ensure. Good evening, I'm speaking for Ken. Here, watching, listening. And my number one question is, what about the Constitution? All of that is, I'm not going to go into that. But the other thing I've seen is, what is everybody afraid? Firearms have been around many, many years. Never had an certainly did not shoot little children. What's changed? Parenting? People putting their kids in front of the computer, hours and hours, playing Grand Theft Auto, desensitizing life. And my mom put me in front of the TV set. I was watching Bananas and Andy Griffith. One of the earlier speakers spoke to three-tier method, parting for the school, watching for the other thing I have to deal with much, the school cowboy. But just checking the profiles on their cell phone, on their emails, on their Facebook account. So look for what's coming down the street. Same as you would lock your door, and go to bed. Not that anything typically happens, but it's just something to do. How many of you have cars, trucks that are locked up? And when you were ever they be broken into? Probably very few. Put your cars in, still locked. I think we need to look more at the root cause of what's going on, not the fire. My heart goes out to some of the ladies here that have problems. someone on the other side, or just afraid. And guns are like snakes. Everybody's afraid. But only through education and understanding, learning about them, they're not all out to kill you. I don't really have much of a lot of things to say, but I think you got a good business here. We've seen them in action, trains people well. No bullshit, excuse my language, but letter of the law. And family friends, they have a listen. We can vote and come take it away. Or I took it away and showed the kid how to take it apart. First, check it, load it, take it apart, put it back together, how to take it out, save the shoot. Whoever touches it gun again, he shows up at one of his friend's house. He pulls a pistol out. He knows, get back, leave it alone, don't point it at anybody. So I think mostly we need more education. And I think we need some fact checking to do some of the things that are anyway, thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Terriblytacalchannel, and I'm sure some of you guys remember me from the last meeting that we had here. Again, I'm not much of a public speaker. I live in Aurora, Illinois, but my background is something very special. I started off fearing firearms when I was younger, and my father handed me a firearm and told me to point at the target and shoot, and it jammed every time, and I thought it was the nice little of my hand. Long story short, it was education that got rid of that fear. Thankfully, from there I ended up becoming an instructor. I started my own business. I worked in Naperville, another job, and when I'm not there, I'm a firearms instructor. I teach businesses and churches how to protect themselves against mass shooters. I've studied many of these mass shootings that go on. Thanks for having me out here. After 9/11, the government did not end up banning the Boeing 767 and 757 jets. That didn't make sense if they would have done that. What they did end up doing was they got 22 different government agencies together to form one cabinet to take a look at the real problem that had occurred on 9/11. Because this was not a simple solution of just banning planes. What we're dealing with now is essentially a giant problem, just like 9/11. This is much bigger than slacking some gun ordinance and restrictions on law-abiding citizens. It will not do anything. I gave you guys a handout today, just going over FBI statistics that I pulled directly from the website, so you guys know my sources. You guys would like to look at those. One of the things that I do want to address: why do people need AR-15s? I am a firearms instructor. I specialize in teaching new shooters and elderly shooters because I help them out with computers when they want to apply for their point cards or their concealed carry. They're lightweight, they're easy to shoot, they're customizable, they offer lots of accessories, they're easy to work on, they're excellent for home defense, they're popular for hunting, and they shoot different calibers. Do you know that my senior citizens prefer AR-15s over pistols because they're easier to shoot? That's why they use them for home defense. If you guys make this ordinance and ban the restriction of the sales of these firearms, you're going to be hurting the elderly population, especially my elderly citizens. No one wants to talk about the other deadly terrorist attacks that have happened in this country that have not used firearms. What about the arsonist in 1973 that killed 32 and injured 15 in upstate New York Lounge in New Orleans? Or in 1987, a disgruntled former airline employee killed 73. Don Zeman, Denise Stevens, Barbara Kopcha, and Don Adams. Anthony Crystal,
Anyone that's got no original use your stuff.
Donna Seaman,
This ban on firearms on taxes. It undermines federal and state laws. By adopting this ban, everybody's believing that it's going to reduce shootings. That's not. This afternoon or this evening, passed item number 24, ordinance 220942 for cybersecurity. We're not looking at firearms. We need to underline which is screening, federal screening, state screening, people with juries. They will do it legally, illegally, doesn't matter. Gun-free zones, that's just a place for the criminals. Taking the guns away from everyone else. It's opening the doors. Gun shops like law weapons. Another one. They're assets. And they are valuable assets. Here again, I think the underlying problem is people that are getting assets.
I feel my fault about the business that ordinance has been passed.
Mayor, City Council members. My name is Barbara Bobcat, and I have lived in Naperville. I've worked as a nurse practitioner for 25 years. Living here was one of the best decisions my husband and I. Children here in our community. We moved here for just the reason we're in school, safe neighborhoods, and better enough. I'm here to support the proposed ordinance to be on sale. The young families moving into my neighborhood have the same. I was here the last council meeting tonight, obviously, and heard both sides. And I feel for the gun shop owners and worried about their businesses. My husband ran his own small business. I know the politics. I know about owners taking less income to pay payroll, homes to make payroll. I also know about pivoting business models during changes in the market. There's always changes and pivots are essential for any business. There's a lot that these businesses do for our community. We're not trying to put them out, but there needs to be a pivot. I also in support of law enforcement. I love America, our flag, our Constitution. We do have common ground. It's not us against them. But what I don't want is our law enforcement officers facing citizens carrying assault rifles. That I don't want. I also believe we have to try to address the crisis of violence. We should be a leader and act locally. Let's not wait. Let's ban the sale of assault rifles. It's not the only solution. It may not stop everything and all violence, right? No, this is just like treating diabetes or high blood pressure. We have to address it from multiple fronts: diet, exercise, medication,
assault rifles and continue to act on other measures. Like mental health has been brought up. Well, let's improve access to treatment for people suffering from depression, anxiety, abuse, neglect, loneliness, and the list goes on. It's not an either or approach. We have to be aggressive on many fronts. Let's not let this feeling of being overwhelmed by this issue of where to start and what to do and have us do nothing. Let's start. Let's ban the sale of assault rifles in our great city of Naperville. Thank you.
After Don Adams, the next 5 speakers are Kevin Swain, Becky Klein Collins, Teresa Bruce, Don Zander, and David Flood.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Don Adams. I live in Shootingthepooppodcast to be introduced to a talk. The original gun laws were enacted for people of color to defend themselves and support and continue to keep us amongst themselves. I don't think I won't be addressed. I'm homosexual, both my kids. I'm a woman, I'm a parent, defending a survival. It's proven fact that guns are used to protect many times more often. Mass shootings are active gun cases. Most violent crime happens Council member earlier in this meeting regarding the SAFE Act said the council primary duty social science is more guns against law levels. Mayor, in the speech, said he followed. So did this council. The earlier speaker said, let's have it. Important color. This country is unconscious. Those as possible.
Council, Kevin Coyne, and here on behalf of Safe Suburbs with the statement on behalf of our board. We urge the council to continue this matter. The substantially revised ordinance only very recently released. Our advisory board, and presumably the vast majority of our community, does not have a full opportunity to consider it. In recent years, and similarly large, very controversial policy concerns have been stated, namely marijuana sales and pet stores recently. There was a very substantial time given to the community for meetings, town halls, etc. That does not happen at all in this case. It's a very important issue that very important. So many in our community deserves a very thorough and public vetting. We respectfully suggest that this meeting be able reasonable time frame allows community dialogue to occur. Speaking of just myself, now on our board, I'm at a complete loss as to why the council will be considering this legally binding ordinance or resolution like this voted on for the safety act. If you want to make a political statement against guns, there's a majority of you that want to do that. Why would you not just do it as a resolution? Proceed with this being a legally binding ordinance. We're creating millions of dollars of legal exposure for our state. How is that going to be budgeted for? How is it going to be shown for tickets? Are we seriously just going to know somewhere that the law firm is great to take care of everything? That does not sound proven to me. So I asked if it was. So I want to consider moving this discussion report for resolution being. Also, when I first got here, there was a senior citizen right there, a veteran, disabled, wanted to provide input back. And someone made the comment, squeaking probably going to go to 1 in the morning. And kind of just shrugged and said, there's no way I'm going to be able to stay here at 1 in the morning. But I'd like to remind the guys, myself, many of you have stated numerous times that we were going to run meetings on important issues with the break of dawn. And I hope there's not an intention to do that tonight. It's a very big deal, a significant money in state. I hope that we're not going to continue this meeting. We got 11 certain elements beyond that. Community reserves up for anyway.
Good evening. My name is Becky Klein Collins. My family has lived in Naperville for the past 19 years. My husband has taught in District 2 for the past 20 years. My three kids all attended Naperville Public Schools. I go to church
and I too vote Naperville. I strongly support this ban. A lot of my views have already been well represented, so in this short, U.S. had an assault weapons ban between 1994 to 2004. During that time, gun massacres decreased by 37%. And after the ban expired, massacres increased 180% in the decade that followed it. Easy access to assault weapons is a problem for us to solve. No one is talking about banning all firearms. A lot of people who talk tonight have given the impression that that's what this is about, and it is not. That's not up for vote tonight. The weapons we are discussing tonight are weapons of war. They were designed for military conflicts, not for recreational hunting, not for personal defense. We don't belong anywhere in our community. Again, I strongly support the approval of this ban. I too will remember how you vote tonight.
My name is Teresa Hudson. I've been a resident of Naperville for almost 25 years. My husband and I raised our 4 kids here, and I strongly support this ban. We moved to Naperville because it was a safe, wonderful place to raise our kids, and that certainly has been the case for us. We moved from Boston, a much more urban environment, and we were looking for someplace safe. Our first child graduated from high school in 2007, and we rarely discussed school shootings, gun safety. By the time our youngest graduated, Mattia, in 2020, he said it was just commonplace. Kids weren't surprised by school shootings, and they often expected that one might occur. Something's got to change. I know all the people here love this country. I do too. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I support the Second Amendment. I support the Constitution. But we've got to keep Naperville safe. This isn't going to do everything, but we should be leaders. And I'm so happy that some of you stepped forward to take the first step to making Naperville safe for children in our community going forward. Thank you.
Evening, board. Good having you. I told them I wanted to leave for that. So, I want to just say, first, I want to say I received understanding. Got here, I talked to the guy behind me, who's on the opposite side. I want to understand. I want to emphasize that we have a lot in common, I think. I want to push back against the slippery slope argument that's made. I want, first of all, I'm pulled up. I but I just think there's got to be some reasonable standard. I'm going to do this way. So I work out in Naperville with a bunch of guys. Some Democrats, Republicans, kind of my purple workout experience. So my workout brothers from all walks of life, as well, and that's what I appreciate about them. There's so much we agree on. Sports of fitness, faith in a higher power, sports of family life, and sports of fellowship, to live a life. Again, we agree on so much. We agree. And then we'll talk about guns, separate term means what it means to guarantee a person, separate term what it means to guarantee a person the right to bear arms. One of my workout brothers told me the problem with gun laws is that the Second Amendment lists as a right. Therefore, there should not be any type of impediment to purchasing it. I just want to say that I would just feel in my gut wrong response. First off, there are already impediments to purchase fire, right? Being one of them. In addition, the slippery slope argument cuts both ways. The NRA appears to say that one gun law
Move to a second, move to a third, move to a ban on all personal firearms. My side is concerned that if left unchecked, you will go from a first shotgun, then semi-automatics, then AR-15s. We allow private citizens to build nuclear bombs in the basement. Self-defense, right? Of course, don't be it. Right? So we already agree on that there needs to be a limit, and I guess that's what I'm saying. There's got to be a limit. Right, so I'm here to say that as a high school teacher whose wife and kids attend church here in Naperville, I believe that you've reached that limit. I ask you to vote to ban the sale of AR-15s.
Our writers, fifth generation civilian. My career with all the fingers of the city. Strongly advise pass to ban assault. So many suggestions have been made here, many signs of additional things that can be done. Watching for problems, but given that all good things. That's important to work with the high school, in particular, the school district, with resource officers. All good stuff. This is another tool to help reduce violence. Nothing that can ever be done will reduce it all. I wish there was some. But this is another tool. And it would be terrible not better tools, right? Knowing that the next time something happens, we didn't do what we could, even if it's small. So I strongly urge you to ban the sale.
Next five speakers are Laura Kender, Lynn Louder, Lorraine Morale, Dale Anton, and Brian Kramer.
Councilman Holzhauer, can I make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight? So moved. Second. Second, Kelly. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Yay. Yay. Motion so carries. Bye.
My name is Laura Kender. I'm a leader of resident. I encourage you to pass the ordinance. When discussing another item on tonight's agenda, Councilman Taylor stated that they think the number one priority. And I believe this is an issue about safety, both physical and mental, and it's about mitigating risk. As individuals and as a community, we participate in safety every single day. Mitigate the risk being hurt, or simply being afraid. Being common sense, like wearing, driving, having audible crosswalk signs, crossing the road, blocking our cars and our homes, providing lighting, public spaces, creating dedicated spaces for pedestrians, having an outdoor warning siren system, employing traffic control, and placing no handgun cattle at the building, like at all the business. So this is rely on. And while no state measure the let's reduce access and mitigate the risk in assault rifles, schools, grocery stores, for businesses, workshops, during festivals, sporting events, and parades. Mitigate the risk of a catastrophic event. Taking both tasks for mitigating the risk.
The mayor and council, we're sitting there, there's a lot of There are many more. People seem to rattle. That's the answer. That's the answer. That is something. Case closed. Solved. The real issue is if I can give my best shot, what I can tell you, that is most of the do these medical wellness checks on people that might have. We do have the ability to get by that. We should do that. Second thing, sure, and rapid control. The other one, I love this. I love people need to be trained properly. They need to understand what a weapon is designed to do. Rob Davis and his business, he does a great job. He is a citizen that's providing people with tools to defend themselves and the training masters first rate. What come out here? So the action you're going to take that is all right. It's much more curriculum. I think people say it's all right. We've got a difficult decision to make. I'd say if I were you on the wire, I'd pay for this whole thing. I said, don't worry about it. 556 do it. Find out what weapons designed to do what it does. It's in the hands of a person. Anyway, that's what they're going to do. You're going to start doing the heavy work. That's the answer. It's not the answer. That's the shortcut.
Fearful and watch my daughter say, or going back to my color moment and out. Back in December, I went to a public speaking summit where people started sharing their experiences. Said it's such a way to learn how to walk in favor of criminals, others the last or laws. He recommended that every adult get it on. Does now on our own first time. My problem with the ordinance that by effectively closing down gun stores, it will severely limit my ability to get it done, and protect myself. And it does so for all other vulnerable wildlife like myself. I was here last month when this ordinance was first discussed. It was evident that most members of the council noticed that the ordinance. They had no idea why a lot of it applies to the section 1 self-defense. The Second Amendment guarantees our right to defend. As a Naperville resident, the council works. I'm disappointed that you didn't search the ordinance enough, but instead you allowed yourself to become puppets for radical gun control. I expect better of my council. I would like to consult with our or downstairs and others craft ordinances that will affect the while we keep the gun stores open. One is going to look at the outrageous amount of gun crime. I want to remind you that I'm a little bit level. My name is Brian Kramer. I'm not a gun owner, but I support the Second Amendment. I also oppose this bill. Let's not forget gun control, which is being pushed here, is rooted in racism, sexism, and elitism, or class. And I was raised by pops who taught me to respect guns as a tool, just like I respect the car when I get kind of. And the last thing I want to say is, we have a law that's existed for thousands of years about not killing. It's called the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not kill. If criminals do not follow God's law, what makes you think they will follow his? Thank you.
Morale. The next 5 speakers are Patrick Murray, Brad Donald, Brian Vanderway, Tim Zaremski, and Jefferson Perkins. Patrick Murray, then Brad Donald, followed by Brian Vanderway.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, good evening. My name is Patrick Murray. I'm from Chicago. I've got something. It's on my mind. First of all, I oppose this ordinance because what this is, bottom line, it's gun control. Let me say, gun control is racist, it's sexist, it's classist. Our blacks, white and don't get oppressed, and our women don't get raped. And that's something. And since we're speaking about women, I support her right to have whatever partner she wants. She wants to be an everything, knock yourself out, sister. Okay. In Chicago, I cannot have. I can barely even have the guns on my hand. I have to jump through a bunch of hoops. Get a Floyd card, ask a background check, all that kind of stuff. I would argue the same thing. I was at your meeting. I heard everybody talk 2 hours straight. And all of a sudden, okay, thank you very much. Before they voted, done. Oh, let's talk to us. And everything's not issue. This will not stop the shootings. All this is going to do is put all of this on the business. Also, going to go in USA. Their friends are taking away. This is his life. I'm going to say again. Oppose this. The last one is serious. Jeff Perkins, we live in Naperville. I came here in 1967. Later, I felt raised and became a Lutheran. Even after that, I fell into this and became a member of the Federalist Society. Let me tell you what's really going on in Naperville, because you've seen a whole bunch of fancy stuff, what they think is going on. A few weeks ago, 3 thugs carjacked on the market. A few days after that, somebody robbed a gas station at the corner of Washington and Avenue. Those crimes were committed with pistols, not semi-automatic rifles. Let me tell you what's going to come on after January 1st, 2023. The city of Naperville is going to get an invasion of savages who do not obey the law, who do not care, that are going to get released from jail, and we're going to have to defend them. We're going to have to be able to do this ourselves, because the police and the prosecution are not going to be there for us, at least not to the same extent as they are now. So the need for a law of executions to have to turn themselves is everything more acute. This ordinance would nevertheless add the sale of these things called semi-automatic rifles, which are useless for criminals, but very effective as defense weapons. This racist and classist and sexist ordinance is the wrong action, taken for the wrong reason. At the wrong time.
Brett Apple, Brian Vanderway, and Tim Zarowski.
And reasons expressed. Not so great right now. But I am very, very 7 years. 5 kids. My youngest right now, the 5 is at Green, serves as a guard. And down in Moscow, yeah. So the young is 8 years of service in September. And one thing expressed to me, during home was to go out and go shooting. Fight with train. And it bothered me. I find it offensive and critical for many to more than willing to allow my son to put his life on the line. But they're really not so big on the idea of it. If I really believe that this ordinance, I would, I want to say that any Democrat that well aware of it. These events are really by broken money. It's unimaginable and sound mind person get any let alone that and not rash I don't know if there is a word language defining kind of did this ordinance make it harder? I ask myself, harder than what? Ray, Marathon, Spain, Towers, Oklahoma City, going up. I guess the point is, when people are determined, some people they plan to read. We didn't make buying illegal, selling fertilizer illegal. We also make sure that that's just not how America. I am the board of background checks. And board of law enforcement. Thank you.
Ed Jacob opposes the ordinance, and the team opposes the ordinance. The next speakers are John Greenwood, Harold Patterson, David Johnson, Christy Anderson.
All right. It's 152. My name is John Greenwood, and I'm a retired psychology professor. My family has lived here for 20 years. My children have attended public school. I'm concerned about controlling access to military-grade weapons that threaten those schools, our businesses, homes. Recent years have magnified the stress faced with all of us. Tripling of anxiety, increasing domestic incidents, and minor disputes that have escalated violence. Threats to police have increased their danger and stress in their daily efforts. And there are increased attacks on non-white minorities. These are not criminals most. There's a strong nationwide support for action to suppress polio. And it's even more important now that political divisions have caused groups to organize systematically to attack those they believe restrict them. Your proposed ordinance reduces danger for our community and adds to initiatives that you've already taken. The council should act positively on this resolution because it represents the common values and attitude of Naperville residents, who, as residents across the country, in a strong majority, support restriction. It shows a proactive response to the concerns of citizens. It protects target groups like the Asian citizens in Naperville. It shows the strength and courage of the council to the voters of this city. It makes Naperville a model of local action for other cities because as one city and another city and another city, then the opportunities are consulted. So Naperville has a chance. It encourages prospective business to say incoming to the city. And it supports the efforts of police to improve their efforts. And the input and guidance of city staff will not allow this to go forward without awareness of consequences. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question to the speaker, please? Thank you for coming on. We're going to hold questions.
My name is Phil Patterson. I'm a long time my brother was murdered 34 years ago during a random act of violence on home in his quiet, on his quiet street in his quiet town. He didn't have a chance to get it. So I know something of immense grief, but certainly none of the horror of the loss of a loved one in a mass shooting. My sister-in-law didn't have to identify my brother as part of my past. I believe in the Second Amendment. I come from a family, and I believe that weapons designed to kill a lot of people in a short amount of time have no place here. Likewise, the sale. I applaud the initiative by Councilman Power and Mr. Kelly, and also Ms. Sullivan, and I support it. David Johnson, Stanley Narkowski, Keith Lee, Kate Manser, and Bob Durkee. With David Johnson, Stanley Narkowski, and Keith Lee.
is Stanley Kirkowski. I am a Naperville resident and I oppose this ordinance. And those of you that vote in favor of this ordinance will receive zero support from me in any way. The banning of sale of semi-auto rifles exclusively hurts Naperville residents and businesses. Limiting of the people's access to American rifle only serves to expose them to violent crime and leave them defenseless. And by the way, military grade, that's mostly a buzzword. Military grade is mostly bottom of the barrel in the civilian markets. Civilian rifles is a higher quality military grade. The two local businesses, All Weapons Supply and Range USA, they have a good chance of going under because of the large percentage of their business that you're going to prevent them from performing. And our minorities are harder to oppress, armed gays don't get bashed, and criminals do not obey gun laws. Thank you.
Also a member of F.P.C, and I hereby strongly oppose the legal ordinance. Modern sporting rifles are already commonly used, and there are no situations. From a technology standpoint, a handgun, shotgun, and I.S.R.A rifle have no spirit of that. Firearms are inanimate objects. To ban firearms, there are only owned by law-abiding citizens for various purposes such as self-defense, recreational shooting, and hunting. This will only occur to law-abiding citizens who rules on constitutional rights. Federal studies have found that criminals typically obtain firearms and stealing them off the black market is just offered. They're already illegal. In addition to background checks have failed to stop several mass shooting terrorists because they have records and defense background. Please vote no on the rights.
I assume hopefully and I'm here to support friends and the Sandra Bachar, Anthony F.P.C, Melissa Ricky, and Ron opposed.
Once again, just to remind you, I think at this point, we're hearing a lot of redundancy, so if you feel like you just have to easily represent it.
If I repeat, Sandra Bachar, Anthony F.P.C, Melissa Ricky, Barbara Hayes, Steven Kruger, Maggie Donovan, Mike Popar, and Debbie Hartley.
At this moment, as a legal gun owner and a legal, somebody that abides by the laws of the city and the state, like a child, grandchild, niece, nephew, cousin of many, many first responders, military. I find it hard to believe that you could. The Supreme Court precedent you were saying, everyone always on either side says that the Supreme Court says so, it must be true, and it must be the law to follow. What happens when there's an armed robbery at the corner of Austin and Washington, just from the front of my home? If I stand in a specific room, I can almost see the gas. I get a text from you, but notified that happens, and it's so close to home, it's scary. But I know that in my home, there are weak ones on the line. There's my doorbell, there's my alarm system, but there are also my TV that own fire alarms. Where this man or woman or my home, I know I can protect myself and my loved ones. I have a 16-year-old cousin. She knows how to fully unload, check, make sure it's secure, break it down and put it back together. Because that was a rule when she moved in with us. You live in this home, you know how to save the conflict. Murder and suicide is not at all. We have to pull the trigger on the violence. It's as simple as that. Our rights should not be wrong, and it's not fair to us. I'm very much a supporter of proper and educated gun ownership. But I understand where people come from. That's all I'm saying. And just to honor our necessity.
Next speakers are Bob Darkness, Bonnie Passo, Joseph Dalla, Dave Von Spratt, and Lucia Spider. Mohammed Chowdhury, Zenit Cardenas, Erica Cardenas, Julie Dister, and Cindy Buckenberg.
And your state there's a song about it. I deepest sympathy for all victims of crime, violence. It seems like there's a definite division between the people that want to get to the true source of the problem, people that, and educated people that want to get to the truth of blaming an inanimate object for crime. Remember the George Floyd riots, remember the civil riots in Chicago in the 60s. There is a purpose for weapons like that when you're dealing with hundreds, not thousands, crashing into your home, hurting, killing whoever they want, whatever they want, moving, parking vehicles, going racing to these officers' heads. Getting the caliber of the weapon itself, it is a caliber all the time. The weapon itself is used for hunting. It's used for personal protection. I want to thank everybody for their time. I mean, it's just a bad situation in society. Like it was said before, guns have always been in our culture. Always. This is a mental health issue problem. And a problem of crime and gang. There's no such thing as a rifle assault in anyone. A person has assault. There is no assault. There is no gun violence. It's criminal violence. Guns don't commit crimes. If you have a mentally disturbed person that has a
of shady for elections. BMW. Actually, there's a whole bunch of people that killed. We get a band, Mercedes, or BMW, or Lexus. Criminals. And they go. There's one wish for people. People want to get push
My name is S.T.P.P. I oppose yes, all assault weapons. Actual assault weapons are already legal. Not allowed a person to pull out a machine gun or pistol. Also not allowed to use this silencers, grenades, not allowed to have that. I'm okay with that. If this ordinance is passed, as far as the neighborhood, one provides a long list of rifles, handguns, and plus it has a magazine. That was for only sport. Meanwhile, Chicago shooting for over 1,255 as a blind person a year. That's according to WNC. Chicago already has super restrictions on guns. Stop the criminals. Don't let the criminal. Don't let them out of custody. We're slapping these guys on the wrist. Come back out. We've seen this year repeatedly. We done on bond. And the worst crime. Be serious on the criminal. Check on the mental ill. Stop prohibiting law by requiring it. In your few hours, check Facebook. There's a lot of people talking about this right now. We're talking about banning AR. It's a rifle. The semi-automatic rifle. A whole bunch of semi-automatic rifles that don't look as scary as they are. I'm reading this article. It says human remains found in a suitcase. When these employee punches elderly customer, guy dies. Should be banned by these. OnlyFans model charged with murder. He should ban. I oppose this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
My name is Mohammed Charlie. I live in Morning Brook last 32 years. I was ex-president of the Muslim community. And I just like to share one story when it happened in New Zealand. I walked in a worship place and killed 40 people. Ruled it out. The next day I called meeting crowd of community how we can protect that. First thing I ordered, I paid out I have a little peace of mind. Because if somebody comes and kill us like a wedgie, we should be for staff. We should protect our community. Thousands of people are going to live and pray for that night, every night. Somebody has to be called. We call local police, we call FBI, we call Homeland Security. They have seminars together, listening with us. And they give us tools to protect ourselves and our community first. And then he show us the path how to call 911 and other people who can help us. So taking away from the gadget who can help you and help your community, I think this is unfair. The problem, everybody loves to save kids. Everybody says save life. Everybody wants to say a neighborhood is beautiful. So what's going to be happen?
the smuggler gonna be smuggling those guns illegally into town, and people still gonna come. Or that they're gonna come in my town from, only from there, still gonna come. But the problem is, and a lot of people mention about the brain. Why are we not taking a look into our high school staff? What we are doing? Do we have drugs in our schools? Question one. Do we have weapons in our schools? Or do we have enough system to check our kids? And on the top of that, we have every single gun that the games introduce gun. My 12-year-old kids know more than me about AK-15, even I own them. Why? Because he plays the games. So the problem is when we're harvesting our kids in the wrong direction. We need to nail that down, not to the gun to save people as well. We need to start raising those brains with equal intention because we got business from Google, from everywhere. We got business from the game people. We got a business for every single person because we don't care about our kids. But if somebody comes with that filthy, dirty mind, we're not worried about it. Why not? Why not? We're looking into why we have those dirty minds. Because we need to cure our institute. We need to cure our leader who is the responsible for that. But this, honestly, the person who don't know anything about that, after this incident happened within 1 week, I know a lot more about it. And why it happened? Because I was worried about my family and my family. So please think about it and look at it. The gun is not a problem. The problem is the person who took the trigger. So you need to fix that. You put all kind of amendment. Nobody want to be harmful with the gun. I use every single person over here. But please give them the right answer.
Speaker's time is up. The next group of speakers is Michael Leo, Mary Ann Franzak, Luke Olescott, William Solrich, Eugene Wollaston, and Tim Schaefer.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilwoman. My name is Eugene Wollaston. And unlike many people here, a 49-year resident and voting citizen of Naperville. For decades, federal law has restricted the sale of weapons. For permitting the transfer of machine guns lawfully prior to 1986, federal law prohibits possession of newly manufactured. In addition, effective March 26, 2019, the ATF amended its regulation to not classify pump stocks as machine guns, effectively banning large capacity magazines and assault weapons are a small step away from these dangerous weapons with federal bans. In a few cases where citizens have stopped shootings, it has been on handguns, not assault weapons. I support this resolution and hope that the city council follows 3 Highland Park, Lake County, voting to restrict sales of these weapons. Thank you.
Here. My name is Michael G.O.A. and I am a citizen of Naperville and raised to say that I've been up a long time, but it's getting late. I have a few things, but one of those separating when the signs. This law, there's something new, and we already have seen that it has failed. It there's lots of but it failed once. Why are we going to put something law in place? It just doesn't. And if that's the case, I wanted to also say that crime is increasing. Why
doing a great job, they've been doing a great job for many years, but they are the rest themselves. The new laws that they've had undergone the last 5 years are immense. And we can't count on them like we once did. Things are shifting fast. There's time to have the time for themselves. And this law is just looking for people. We need to debate our opinions for sale.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ann Franzak. I too am a retired high school teacher, 30+ years. Usually at this point in my school day, I would have my students hold their necks, put their shoulders, get up a lot of clothes. You guys have been great with everyone, their comments that they've been sharing with me. My family and I, we have been Naperville residents for over 20 years. And prior to 2020, I never was at a family. But because of everything that happened in 2020 with the rise of the number of people coming to Naperville, they have crimes and disrespect our time. And when these are disrespect our town. And with these occurring so close to my home, my only choice was to legally obtain firearms as a means to protect myself and my family. With this ordinance, if your goal is to control crime, then draft an ordinance to create an agency to work with Naperville and state to revoke and remove the guns from people who should not have. If your goal is to keep the guns out of the hands of individuals with mental instabilities, then draft an ordinance to fund an agency for people to voice their concern about individuals who should not own guns. Previous speakers have got to work the problem. So, find choices and find ideas to work this problem. I strongly ask you to vote no on this ordinance. Or, even better yet, table this ordinance, find some more research on it. And I also would like to add one additional footnote, and that is the perception of many Naperville residents that the drafting of this ordinance began long before the shooting as evidence in a councilwoman podcast that was there mentioned. So once again, thank
This ordinance, seems as though you've been swayed by media stuff. As I see it, which is the fifth thing I'm going to. And so, in the sale of something that in the hands of someone who has no ill intent is fine. It's not going to solve anything. People that don't. So if that was the case, then you guys are missing the assault hatchet in your ordinance. They actually have it. No disrespect to the police department. And I think it's ridiculous. You guys are traveling down this road. And I'd like to suggest that you take the sage advice of someone earlier today and convert this into a resolution as opposed to being an ordinance. Because you're just going to end up in court. You're going to waste money. And I know it's not your money you're wasting. But ultimately, my money. I pay taxes too. But you shouldn't be subjected to the whims of political theater.
instructed thousands of Naperville residents, neighboring communities to firearms. It is through classes, private lessons, on rate assault. Many of whom have purchased long ones of so-called assault weapons here in Naperville with the purpose of either sport or defense. Sport and or defense, not for assault. I oppose this ordinance. I hope you would too. I look at the whereas on this ordinance. List 11 mass shootings reported 10 years, a little over a year. As tragic as these events are, I'm sure there's no one in this room that wouldn't agree that they are tragic, hideous crimes against humanity. But what the whereas doesn't tell you, the fact is that there are also thousands of people over the same period of time that have had their lives saved or from being harmed because they had a firearm, including assault weapons. Now this proposed ordinance wants to take away that from law-abiding residents by preventing them from purchasing certain firearms. I believe in the long run, this will harm more people by passing this proposed ordinance. Where's the humanity in that? This is an ATF form 4473 that has to be completed for every firearm purchase in Naperville and in Illinois. In this form, there are boxes that to check off what kind of firearms are being purchased. Funny thing is, there's nothing in the box called assault weapons. They're long guns. That's what the ATF has deemed them to be, not assault weapons. Why? Because they are not being purchased for assault. So this ordinance will take away from residents in Naperville and neighboring cities from being able to purchase long guns, while in fact take away from people who want to use them again for sport and for defense. Go through the whereas again, 24 through 27. This proposed ordinance states that the city of Naperville home rule unit of local government. That might be true. You can enact home rule. But home rule does not allow you to supersede the Constitution of the Supreme Court of the United States. And that is what this proposed ordinance will do. If you pass this ordinance, you're going to be spending thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in Naperville taxpayer money in litigation, trying to keep it on the books. You will eventually lose. So while misguided extreme groups are campaigning for speaking times up. Thank you for your time.
The next speakers are Frank Merritt, Brian O'Connor, Terry Davis, John Fisher, William Pugh, Carmen Caturo Espinal, and Lori Shepherd and Sarah Cameron, and I've given submissions of support.
Thank you, John Fisher. I actually live in Plainview. I like talk about my opposition and over. Other than to remind you,
I'm going to cover just real quickly some Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the Naperville City Council. I wish to extend my gratitude for having this opportunity. My name is Terry Davis. I'm a resident of Glen Ellen, patron of Glen Ellen. I have lived in Glen Ellen since 1983 and prior to that, from 1956 on the west side of Chicago. I'm here tonight because I'm concerned about the ordinance and considering for a vote opposed to that ordinance. I'm going to take my allotted 2 minutes to discuss 2 topics. First, the efficacy of more gun control laws. Please don't get me wrong. I am in support of gun control laws. Laws that are already on the books and should be duly enforced by our legal system. That is police, prosecutors, attorneys general, and judges. Fortunately, that is not what we see happening. You only have to look to our east and neighboring Chicago. Some of the strictest gun laws in the country are not being abided by the clubs and those going to some death and destruction. And when apprehended, those perpetrators
Since the massacre at Sandy Hook in 2012, there have been 4,200 homicides and 15,800 wounded in Chicago. Gun violence accounts for 90% of this totals. If more gun laws are the answer, why are those numbers what they are? Enacting more gun control laws treats the symptom, not the problem. Did I mention that the I.S.R.A platform is legal in Chicago? Second, the unintended and or intended consequences of limiting firearm availability, aka backdoor gun confiscation. While the ordinance you're considering is not gun confiscation per se, it does limit the ability of lawful citizens to defend their lives and the lives of their loved ones. Creating such limits puts us on a slippery slope, and as already stated, the nation will war. History is complete with atrocities that result because the citizenry was not able to defend themselves. In the 20th century alone, between 100 and 170 million people were annihilated by their governments, largely due to gun confiscation. We all know the stories of the millions in Germany, Russia, and China who were wiped from the face of the earth because guns were outlawed or severely restricted. But those are other nations and other countries. That could never happen here, right? Unfortunately, wrong. As the U.S. government moved to resettle the Native American Indians, the I.S.R.A. Tragically, in 1890, at Wounded Creek, over 300 colored people were slaughtered by the United States Army in a botched attempt to disarm. Most of the victims were the elderly, women, and children. The founding fathers wrote the Second Amendment because they feared exactly what's happening in the century. Governments turning on their own people. In closing, I'm going to ask.
It would be at that point. It's almost poetic.
William Pugh, I live in Warrenville, but I worked in Bolingbrook, so I'm back and forth to Naperville twice every day, coming right past here. I won't bore you again with Second Amendment arguments because that's already been settled by the Supreme Court of the United States and by the Supreme Court of the state of Illinois. Something that is in your ordinance for that I read carefully is that you address properly, you address the preemption clause that was contained within the Concealed Carry Act that was passed on August 10th of 2013, which at that time gave you a 10-day period in which you enact or not or amend, if you already had one, an assault ban. The village of Naperville did not do that. Your time is up. The preemption clause, which you stated in your ordinance, somehow you missed the point on there that the preemption clause serves as a denial and a limitation of home rule authority. So you cannot overrule that. That is a part of the Illinois State Constitution. You are going to get sued. You are going to lose eventually. And whoever your law firm that's representing you probably giving you some pretty bad advice if you're going to follow Highland Park or Winnetka as far as their lawsuits, because they already had an assault weapon. You do not. You don't get to do that. How much do you want to tell your citizens how much you are going to pay off in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that you will pay to our lawyers when you lose that case? Thank you. I will reserve a couple of seconds here. I don't want to be here, okay? I work a 56-hour-a-week job full time, and I don't want to be here, but I have to be here as an American citizen, as a lawful gun owner and a firearms instructor. So I know these laws, and I hope you would refresh your memory on these
before you enact this ordinance.
Next group of speakers is Superintendent Brad Simmons, Hewell, Marcy Wood, Bill Buchanan is issued a statement of support, Mark Service, and Jean Berman.
Almost good morning. The Domino's deliver still? Right? So if you're like me, you're hungry. Look at your sleepy faces up there. I don't even know if anything we're saying is getting through. I think the point's been coming over and over and over and over again. I'm a resident of Naperville. I'm a business owner in Naperville. I employ over 100 people in Naperville. I moved here. I'm not a long-time resident of Naperville. I moved here from somewhere else. I lived in Saudi Arabia. I lived in Russia. I've been around the world. I've been outside the United States for more than 12 years. And I chose Naperville to come back. So why am I here today? Well, certainly there's a lot of the laws, a lot of the litigation issues, a lot of these things that have been brought up before already, and they all make sense, right? The thing that doesn't make sense is this law. And I'm having a hard time understanding why I have doctors and multiple attorneys, and experienced real estate, and business people, and things like that, that are looking at the content of this law and the fact that it even is being brought forward. So I'm not here to necessarily say pro guns, not pro guns. I understand this is about the sale of automatic, quote unquote, assault weapons and not the right to own or possess one. But this is my concern. I've been around the world and I've seen the logical thinking. And I'm concerned about a legislative body that brings something that's essentially a copy of proposed legislation sitting in the United States Senate right now. I mean, word for word almost. It's just a copy. It's a cut and paste that has been brought forward, at least according to my knowledge. And maybe I err. And so, is it political theater? Is it? I'm not sure why we're doing this. I'm not sure why we're bringing this forward. I'm curious to know. Do you know what a lobby ARM is? You know what a Barrett REC7 is? What a Rhino Arms AR is? A set lease order? Do you know what that is? Do you know why a barrel shroud or a threaded barrel or a pistol grip or anything like that would make something more dangerous or less dangerous, or is it perhaps completely irrelevant? If you ask me to do the fire code or the building code in the city of Naperville, I decline. Or I get counsel. I get experts together. I bring them together. I say, teach me what I need to know so I can properly represent you and do something that is indeed for the good of this city. So where am I at? Where do I sit? Well, if this was really about safety, public safety, this was about safety at our parades, our schools, our churches, our civic organizations, our families, then there's holes in all of this because none of this promotes safety. It's a dead horse. It's been beaten over and over and over again. So what I've asked you to do is use your degrees, your knowledge, your expertise, your logic. Look at this and say, gosh, dang it, we do have a chance to become leaders, but not with this law. We have a chance to do something different. We have a chance to do things that no community in the United States has done yet. Thank you, sir. God bless America.
You guys lose. You guys lost. Keep it up. Let's go home.
Second.
So I can officially say, my name is Mark Service, also Naperville School. As a longtime high school teacher, I personally witnessed an increase in gun violence in our society manifest itself in the schools and in the psyche of students. During recent years, routine safety drills have evolved into actual lockdowns. For instance, when there's armed criminals in the school environment. And now we have drills to teach our students how to try you survive active shooting. So can you imagine going to school each day with the thought that a shooter would be on after the 2018 high school shooting in Parkland, Florida, students at my school created a gathering for a moment of silence to feature deaths of gun violence in our community. These young people will beseech them to do something about it. These same students now are youngest boys and are looking to you, our elected to decide to discontinue the commercial sale of assault rifles in the city of Greenville. For our community, especially for our young. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jane Briggerman. I'm in the minority now as a citizen of Naperville. I've heard most of the speakers recently say it in other towns, but they all have a lot of interesting things to say. First of all, there have been a lot of questions about the legalities of this, so I want to tell my council members that I'm trusting that you have really done your research on that. I don't know anything about that part of it. What I do know a lot about is gun ownership, being part of a gun family. My siblings and I were raised with the shooting sports. It was our family activity. Our vacations were spent at the National Rifle Ranches in Ohio, not in the Pretty Lake House or on a cruise. The N.R.A., which I joined as a junior member at around the age of 10, was second only to church as a revere organization. So the word guns doesn't frighten me when in the context of law-abiding citizens, as everybody can hear this. Nor does the N.R.A. What does frighten me, however, is the fact that weapons designed for military and law enforcement use in order to kill people when necessary are so easily obtained by just about anybody in our country. So I started to wonder why they grew in number and popularity. I was an avid reader as a kid. Our parents got two magazines, the Reader's Digest and the American Rifle Messenger of the N.R.A. So I read both of them, most of the Reader's Digest, those cute little jokes. But I didn't see a pattern change. I was a little young to understand it. But then I started to research it more recently. And I learned that decades ago, a change in the marketing of firearms did occur. Now, I'm older than most of the people, so maybe it began with Remington's marketing of their AR-15. The theme of their ads was, "Get your man conquered." So the N.R.A. called it America's Rifle, something like that. But that's when it started to change. One handsome actor says on the video, there is no better way to defend your home against the realistic threats that an AR-15 semi-auto will provide. And now more recently, we have the J.R. which is for juniors. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wanted to. I got a daughter.
I don't think there's a lot I can say to try to convince you to change your minds, especially if you've already been pre-decided. So I'm just going to ask you to reconsider and stop this from going through. Thank you.
Next speakers are Ernest Osterman, Charles Valica, Christopher Lewis opposed, Karen Price supported, Suzanne Sark opposed, and the speaker is Lawrence Walter System and Jen Skyler.
Toxic Connect. I'm here with me, I was 3 years old. And I grew up in Wisconsin, took hunter safety class, full hunting, worked bow by myself. I enjoy shooting, my kids have all enjoyed shooting. But just wanted to address this and say I'm in support of this proposal. I think all these gun owners here are great people, and they correctly point out that this is a mental health issue. But unfortunately, assault rifles are the choice of the mentally ill. Assault weapons engage the mentally ill and making them available is the behavior to students. I think we need to stop this. It feeds their fantasies of their minds, and most of these mentally ill people pass background checks, and that would be something to stop this. But we all want safety and stability. Banning assault weapons is a reasonable way to cut off these mentally ill. I think reasonable gun owners want to cut off access of these weapons to mentally ill. There are many others alternate self-defense, sporting guns that gun owners have a choice. And I think most gun owners can agree with that. Neighborhood Bill has always been a leader in many aspects. We need to be a leader here in Kansas. Has to start somewhere. See another good place to do that. Nationally, a majority of people support the assault weapon ban, and that was 4th of July. Let's represent America.
I did some research. I'm not going to walk this, but a lot of what I want to say has been said. But let me say this, that the CDC has determined that death of violence by public health. And I sit here and I'm listening to support of two wonderful people. I'm thinking about 6 schools. Now become normalized with the sale and use of weapons that are what is that? And I read that they are efficient, designed for somewhere we start. My children, my grandchildren, your children, your grandchildren, that we can't that. It's just that simple. Nothing is what to undo what's been done for the last 40 years. But we cannot start something. And so it's with you. And I'm hoping more of your time join in with who thought enough, who had enough courage to introduce this ordinance. I applaud you because we have to start somewhere. Thank you and good night.
That's number of people killed every year with terror. And with multiple sections of the AK-47, I doubt that you have ever heard of any of the weapons that are on this front. And that's because this bill is designed by hypocritical legislators to satisfy hypocritical voters. vast majority of individuals that are in favor of a bill like this do not own a firearm, have never fired a firearm before, feel themselves incapable of responsibly owning a firearm, prescribe agency to firearms, and believe that passing a bill such as this can only result in good things. And before I continue, how dare all of you, the founders of this town, would be thoroughly ashamed of all of you, men who worked and perished with natives in an attempt to form a lasting peace, men who fought and died in the Civil War, men and women who risked their freedom and their lives to fight the Fugitive Slave Act and smuggle those who escaped from bondage north into Canada. Did you ask your constituents if this is what they wanted, or was this just what you wanted? Are you simply listening to the people who are shrieking the loudest in an effort to get what they want? Or is this perhaps a case of someone or someones who are more concerned with lining their own pockets with political donations? Taking each of these points one at a time, to those of you who do not own a firearm, I will say simply this. If the popular argument is that men cannot make laws on abortion because they do not have a uterus, then individuals who do not own firearms are not allowed to make laws concerning gun control. So those of you who have never fired a firearm before, try it. It may not change your mind entirely, if at all, but it will change your perspective, and you will gain experience that will make you a better informed person. And to those of you who feel incapable of responsibly owning a firearm, why? Why are you so afraid of yourself and what you are capable of doing to others? Are you seriously still prescribing to the idea that every gun owner is nothing but a ticking time bomb, waiting to go off, that is just one bad day away from becoming a mass shooter? To those of you who prescribe agencies to firearms, firearms are nothing but inanimate objects made of wood, plastic, and steel, firing copper-jacketed lead projectiles with brass casings. A bullet is no more or less deadly because the gun is a certain color, or is made of a certain thing, or is cycled under its own recoil rather than anti. Firearms are deadly when individuals with ill intent use them for evil purposes. And I said 17 people are killed every year with AR-15 rifles every year because in the same span of time, 1 year, 1,550 people are stabbed to death. 446 people are beaten to death with blunt objects. 669 are punched, kicked to death. 81 people are set on fire and burned alive. 93 are murdered with narcotics, not overdosed, legitimately murdered. And 930,160 are killed through abortions. And to those who believe that the passage of this bill is a...
Yeah, I bet. Thanks. No respect, man. Respect, brother.
Matthew Sims, Scott Zimmer, Richard Portal, Amir Porter, Matt Metzger, and Brian Molly.
Sometimes.
I'm just remarking what I think has to be demonstration of civil discourse. Everybody, both sides of this room up front, I'm proud that we come here in a country like this. We have a civil discourse to share our community perspective. My name is Matthew Sims. I'm a resident. I grew up in the western suburbs. I went to my dad. Created lifelong connections and returned here to raise my family. I'm a father to 2 young boys. Tomorrow, they begin their first day of school. My youngest, Charlie, who's 6, will start his first day of kindergarten. Like most parents, I worry every day about the health and safety of my children. That is sickening that while my youngest son, Charlie, goes to his first day of school tomorrow, will learn how to read and write. He will also be learning what to do with the wolves. An age-appropriate code word for a person who has come into a school to murder him is classmates. The need for such a thing, for those drills, would have been unimaginable during my time, and I presume for each of yours as well. But yet, here we are today. It's the reality that we live in. While my most solemn obligations are those as a father, I'm here today to offer my perspective as a board-certified trial lawyer, whose profession is to represent victims and families of those who have catastrophic injuries. The vast majority of the time,
these are people experiencing the aftermath of the worst thing that's ever happened. In some cases, my clients are victims of mass shootings from communities. It's through this work that I've seen both the physical and emotional trauma of mass shooting victims. I've seen the ripple effect that it has on us, as well as on the communities. As part of my work alongside world-renowned medical experts in the fields of emotional trauma. But I can tell you from my perspective, without equivocation, is that beyond the physical trauma being struck by a high velocity road, the emotional trauma that is inflicted on human beings who are hunted like prey far surpasses that which accompanies other types of death. Will this ordinance completely stop criminals bent on acts of violence? Of course not. Will it provide absolute protection to my children? Nothing's absolute. Will it magically solve the deeper societal problems that inform the gun violence rate in this country? I wish it would, but I'm not so naive. But it's a step in the right direction. It's a something which is better than nothing.
All right, I'm Brian. So I know a lot of times tonight I was going to go get a tattoo, but then I realized, holy crap, I can't get one of those and make it alive. So here we are. A lot of people have said this is the safest city, and it was voted on. And so I wonder if you guys realize that we've been selling ARs for quite a while now, because maybe that's why the city is so safe. Everyone else has said, hey, kids start school tomorrow, and I'm like, yeah, they do. And I talk to my 3 daughters all the time. And I don't know what you guys are telling your children, but mine are not afraid. So I don't know where this lies. I don't know if you're perpetuating that fear, but my kids are not afraid. And if the school is truly what you are afraid of that happening at, then maybe we need to look to this council and say, what are we doing to protect the schools? Because a lot of these parents seem genuinely afraid about that. So where's that legislation? Anyway. 2020, so we got 45,000 firearm deaths. Well, 26,000 of those were from suicide. So that leaves us with roughly 19,000, and 25%, or as one guy with the hair pointed out, 17 of those are from actual AR-15s. So if you truly want to make a difference, then damn it, let's make a difference, right? Because what does Naperville sell? Well, Naperville sells cars. And in 2020, there were approximately 45,000 traffic accidents, resulting in death. Additionally, 26% of those are from speeding. Well, I can go to the Chevy dealer and I can buy a Z06, and it goes 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds. So if it's truly about saving lives, let's get that low-hanging fruit and let's ban these high-capacity horsepower cars. But what else does Naperville sell? Naperville sells marijuana. And I'm a libertarian by heart. I cannot vote that way, but I'm a libertarian by heart. However, when we start looking at the data, over 50% of all mass murders, according to the Federal Bureau of Prison Statistics, have some sort of alcohol and drug problem. That's 50% of all mass murders. That doesn't even cover the mass shootings, because almost all of the recent mass shootings have had marijuana and alcohol abuse. What else does Naperville sell? How many bars are around here? I only have 10 fingers and 10 toes, so I couldn't tell you how many bars are in the city of Naperville. But it seems like, again, there's some low-hanging fruit. If it's really about saving lives, then let's really be progressive, Naperville. Let's go out there, right? Let's get involved with the schools. Let's get to the root problem. Because it would appear that going after marijuana and alcohol and these mentally unstable people gives you a correlation where you can then put that in your campaign and say, hey, thank you. Thank you.
My name is Richard Cole. Sorry, we got the same. I'm also a shooter. I shoot my class.
My 23-year-old daughter shoots ARs, shoots a Glock 43, and she also shoots America. One of the things that she does shoot is a bolt-action rifle, which under your definition of your ordinance is an AR and band. It's a bolt-action rifle. So your ordinance, the way it's written, is overbroad. It's going to be fatally flawed on arrival before. After this lawsuit, you need to file. So you need to double check that. I did raise it with the council before, I appreciate it's time. I hope you do go back and revisit this. You're going to vote on something tonight that's overbroad. Let me start off with a few general comments. These folks right here, they just don't tell you about. You sign, I disagree with them, they have the right to do this. The reason they have the right to do this, their First Amendment right, is because of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment protects every one of these people here, their right to disagree with these people. And what doesn't seem to get grasped is every person on this side of the room will fight for their right to disagree with you. And that's what's important. So the Second Amendment is not a country. The Second Amendment is not a collector. If you don't understand what the Second Amendment is about, you need to do some research. That includes everybody in the room. The Second Amendment is much more serious than that. And why is that important on a personal level to me? My parents, my grandparents, my uncles, my aunts were all disarmed in Europe. This is my parents. This isn't some remote generation. Were taken out of their homes at gunpoint, put in forced labor camps. My mother spent more time in Germany than she did in her home. And that's what the Second Amendment is here, to protect all of us from that. That's what this is about. I've heard a lot of school teachers say, wow, those people would work their tails off. I don't know that I can do their job. But one thing I do know is I served on Livecast High School for years ago. And these school shootings have been going on. A lot of people have a lot of opinions. What are the school boards doing to harden their schools up at this point? I posit this is school board malpractice. You have to take more action to keep the schools safe. Those children shouldn't be inside those schools being afraid. Those schools should be hardened up before there is an issue. A lot of people use the term reasonable here. I'm a lawyer by trade, so I got to tell you that. I'm not talking anymore. But they use the term reasonable a lot. My constitutional rights are not subject to the ebb and flow of what you think is reasonable today. The Constitution doesn't behave. If you want to change the Constitution, you can. The Constitution has a provision in there. It's called you can amend the Constitution. So you can have articles and you can amend it if you want. There's a process for that. Ratification, etc. So if you don't like what the Second Amendment reads, it's going to take time to done.
Yeah, baby.
My name is Scott Zimmer. I've been resident of Naperville for the last 5 years. I'd like to welcome the many folks in the room who come into our community to speak this evening. While I don't appreciate them coming into our community to tell us what values we should have, I do appreciate the time they've taken up this evening, so I can enjoy the evening at home with my family. I got to read my children's stories. I got to tuck them into bed tonight, and for that I'm appreciative. Until last month, I'd never been to a council meeting. I'm pretty sure I could have died happy not knowing who any of you are or anything about it. I don't care if you manage property, and I don't care what you do with the cost of those rights. I just don't care. But I do care about this issue. And with all the joking aside, let's not forget while we're here. Aiden McCarthy will not have the privilege my children have tonight. His parents will never read him a story before his first day of school. Never. They were gunned down protecting him from gunfire. Let's not forget that. With that in mind, I'd like to discuss things that have come up over the last couple of meetings. We've had many people speak about mental health. But let's not pretend like our community is the only one that has mental health issues. We don't. They're everywhere. They're in every community. We've also heard people talk about local businesses and how we might lose a local business or two if we pass this ordinance. But if there's a business in this community that is selling products that endanger our children, we should not be upset if we lose that business. We don't wring our hands if we find a way to get a meth dealer out of our neighborhood, and we should not wring our hands here. We should protect our children. Period. Full stop. Last month we had a city council meeting. We sat on the stage and blamed video games and parents for this issue. At first I thought it was laughable. I chuckled with everyone when said you didn't have children. People lying. But I've come to see a grain of truth in this statement. Parents are to blame. We have failed our children. What is different about our country and our parents? We're the only place that has not forced our government to change the rules. But the tides are changing. Parents are waking up. We're here tonight. We're having councilmen accused of using this to build their career. We've had 4 council members try to vote on a resolution to avoid toxic voting in this ordinance that they know is politically toxic. The tides are changing. Will Naperville be the community that leads, or will we look to our neighbors for that? Parents are going to wake up tomorrow morning and send their kids to school, and they will find out whether you have led or followed. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Matt Metzger, and I'm a former Marine and avid competitive shooter. I travel the country competing events involving pistol, shotgun, and modern sporting rifle, which is referred to in this ordinance as an assault rifle. While I'm not a current resident of Naperville, I am a former resident and reside in a neighboring community. I do travel to Naperville to work, dine, and shop at local businesses. Law weapons in Naperville being one of those businesses. I want to start by speaking of the good this business does. I also run a fundraiser shooting match for the Mission 22 Multi-Event Championship at the I.S.R.A Sportsman's Club, this year being the 5th year. Proceeds from the event go to the Mission 22 organization, which helps preventative treatment for veterans and families to prevent veteran suicide and help cope with PTSD, TBI, and military sexual trauma. Every year since its inception, Law Weapons has helped them sponsor that match. This year, we are poised to eclipse the $100,000 mark since starting that match 5 years ago. Law Weapons has helped them a part of that every year. Now, my next point is looking at instances in crime with banning the sale without limit. According to the 2021 crime statistics in the city of Naperville, there were 12 reported incidents of shots fired in 2021, 8 in 2020, and 3 in 2019. While there is the increase, I would say that closing 2 retail gun shops in Naperville will not solve those crimes. This ordinance claims to be in the name of safety. On the flip side, Naperville ranks 9th in the state for DUIs in 2021, 4th in 2020. 227 arrests were made in 2021. There are hundreds of bars and restaurants in the city limits of Naperville with liquor licenses. There's no crackdown despite the work that goes into managing the after effects of alcohol. Let's not even get into the drug epidemic that is hit Naperville high schools that many don't want to admit. Firearms are not the problem here in Naperville. Do not ruin the businesses and the families that run them. Do not take away the rights of citizens to purchase firearms in these establishments. This ordinance will do nothing to increase the safety and only bring multiple lawsuits upon the city of Naperville, costing the city millions of dollars. I urge you to consider the small businesses this ordinance affects, the citizens and their tax dollars, as well as the constitutional right of home your decision.
Final group of speakers is James Hazelwood, Chris Ingstrom, Nicholas Ponder, Jeff Holtz, Jonathan Price opposes, Ken Moore opposes. In addition to the speakers tonight, we have 442 people submit statements of opposition, 73 statements of support, and 67 written comments that have all been to the record.
We could do this. Yeah, that's really good game.
I'm disappointed we still couldn't speak on engaging in partisan divisive legislation that tries that will do nothing to improve quality of life in the citizens. We're spending this time addressing our community's real problems, things like street racing, affordable housing, home safety, raising utility costs, and keeping water quality. You should be ashamed because Laura has better water quality than they do. While you spend his time and resources on the state. This is a full carrier for an A.R.A. This part right here, and not what makes it possible for the fires in that.
semi-automatic. There's a slide actuated by it. It is no longer regulated by the ordinance. That's all I have to do to bypass the ordinance. This is sold at every gun shop. It is also possible to purchase it from over 1,000 guns websites on the internet, and it will ship it directly to your home. That's why this is every semi-automatic rifle in this country has a piece like this. You take it out, pull up a semi-automatic, buy it, put it back in, it is sent out. This ordinance only makes people passing this type of legislation falsely feel like they're achieving something, and falsely makes citizens feel like they're safe. In reality, nothing has changed. You're not any safer. It is a political issue. As to the damage firearms cause, that is the bullets ammo, not the rifle. That ammo is just as deadly, fired 22 pistol as it is a KR-15. The idea that a rifle is the cause of these injuries is absurd. It is the ammo. You want to solve the problem? Attack the ammo, not the rifle. Finally, this ordinance will not stop sale with these type of weapons in neighborhoods. Any neighborhood resident, go to their computer in their home, go on the website, purchase one of these rifles from any one of several dozen websites and tell these, have it transferred to any one of the 300 FFL folders in the city of Mason, and have that transfer completed at the convenience of somebody's kitchen table. I know this because I've done it. I'm more comfortable purchasing by firearms that way, because I'm not comfortable people knowing what I own by watching where I go with guns. It's absurd. You're accomplishing absolutely nothing but political theater and political scheme. Thank you very much.
Morning, everybody. My name is Samir, and I wasn't raised in this country and raised in Boston. I'm sure you guys have been over there. Just like you know, last week, and I was able to escape. I came to S.R.A. I had a choice to go to Australia, Canada, and the United States. And I chose USA, greatest country in the world. The reason why was I don't want to live that way. I am back at home and here right now in survive because we only know stuff. We have to learn. So I don't have to mention a lot of what I already have to mention what law and weapons done, and we're all here for the same reason. We want to say what I don't say. But the law and weapons done, they keep this down, you can say, they not admit it, but by educating, providing services to citizens, women, it gives the citizens. Several couple of things now, and I don't speak about it, obviously, I don't understand my answer. But we need to bring tools that are about prevention over intervention. You don't want safety for our community. Cars don't kill people, people drive cars. The same principle applies to guns. Every day in America, 160,000 kids are being bullied by fellow students. We can blame the system, or we can together teach our kids and adults to be responsible. Let's talk about these human regulations. That's all I gotta say.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Engstrom. I'm a member of Aurora Sports Club. We're a shooting community out in the western town of Waterman. There are quite a few members that come from Naperville, hundreds in fact. I don't live in Naperville. I don't try to speak here tonight, and I didn't want to come. I didn't want to spend my evening, but I thought it was important to speak up for my fellow
community of gun owners buy our firearms legally and we store and use them responsibly. The people you're after are not us. They're not. And they're in fast for it. Please don't punish us who act responsibly with your. I think your ordinance is bad and faulty for several reasons. More than 50. It won't reduce violent crime. It won't reduce the number of the weapons you fear that are stored in neighborhoods. This only restricts the sale. The residents will go buy them other places if they want them, and they'll store them here, and they'll go use them at the ranges like they can do right now. They just won't be able to do it in more cities. So the tax money from those sales and those range rentals and ammunition purchases won't go into your pocket to spend. Hopefully, we would neighborhood. This ordinance will hurt the local business. That's about all. It will cost you money, both in the loss of revenue and in the cost of litigation later when it's eventually overturned. I don't think you have any business telling any private organization what they can sell. You don't go to the candle shop and tell them they can't sell strawberries and candles. You don't go to the restaurants and tell them they can't sell split peas. And I don't think you are in a position to tell a private retailer what kind of guns they can sell either. This ordinance would be completely ineffective for what it is purported to do, and it will do harm. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, it's all been said basically. I mean, you've heard it from both sides that this truly is not going to be effective. It's not going to make safer. It's not going to do anything to the guns out of the hands of the criminal. All it's going to do is punish a good man and a good business. I, in 10 minutes of research on, I believe it was 11 different mass shootings in the world. In 10 minutes, I was able to find out that the gentleman who shot up Aurora, the airport, developed in another state. He had no business. He had no business owning that much or filming. But it still happened. Why? Because of the fault of the black. Same thing for the shooter in Buffalo. 10 minutes of days federal authorities knew this guy. He shouldn't have been on. Not have been on. That's still called fact. We can't enforce the gun laws that are on the books right now. Our point. So I strongly oppose it.
My name is Jeff Holt. My daughters firearm. They have great firearms. Something that fair. I'm opposed to this for a number of reasons. I think we've all covered. But one thing that sticks with me the most is that our society, our culture is told people to do what people want to do. And you can't legislate people out of our society. You can't pass ordinances in our society.
But there is something that we, everybody, try to combat it. That's when you go home tomorrow, you see your children, you give them this big bear hug, don't let go. Then when you're done, you look them in the eyes and tell them tomorrow. And then you will always be there. And then lastly, yes, we need to be a part of our children's lives. We need to know what they're doing. We need to be with them. We need to be there. We need to know that you're safe. That they're safe. All of them safe. Thank you. All right, folks, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience this evening. Sharing with you your respect. I very much appreciate it. Watching the how we have this work this week. So we're grateful for that. This time we public forum. And no matter what happens in our neighborhood here, please don't get out of control. Everybody remain calm, whatever happens, happens. All right? We all go home tonight, nice and calm. Any trouble for the officers, anybody, I'm asking everybody to do that. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Pretty much our entire lives. Here. In spite of that, we see this rule of action. And I think we can set an example for the municipalities, for our state, potentially the federal government. And I feel like that is especially true in my recent years with all of you at I.S.R.A. I know some has argued at the last meeting tonight, I.S.R.A. who has an ordinance already on the books that's more restrictive than what we did tonight. Nevertheless, they have issues. Why an ordinance like this would be effective? In my opinion, it just demonstrates that the rest of us did what they could and no more no less. And shooters still legally purchase the gun in some other store, in some other discount. The rest of us. For all those reasons, I support this ordinance. Hope that our city, our city, south.
What got me about everybody here is that we all we can all agree that there are people who shouldn't have done what they did. And we can all agree that there are plenty of responsible gun owners who totally legitimate reasons for that. It's not easy to see the rights of law-abiding guns. Also, it is easy to trust citizens. And unfortunately, it's not what it is trying to do is make the point
profit for us. They've been valuable to us. Neighborhoods are united in the fact that we don't want gun violence playing any role in this community. We could stop all gun violence with one thing in one day and would have done, and all of you would have voted for that. But as it stands, there are a million different reasons why people use guns, die by suicide, or they're assaulted, maimed, or killed by people using guns incorrectly or malicious. And because of that, there are a million small ways we need to avoid cut down on what's happening in our society. This is a small way that Naperville can take a stand that no good reason for assault-style weapons in our city except for use by a smart law. We play a role in this problem if we're watching these weapons be sold in our city and collecting sales tax on them, and at the same time accepting awards for being safe cities in America. We singled out assault-style weapons instead of all firearms in this ordinance for several reasons, and we made exceptions for sworn officers as well, as a way to be reasonable if this is impacted by this ordinance. The fact remains that 100% of our students require one messed up person with at least one loaded firearm, and that all of these things need to look at in the problem. The part of the city and tonight is not allowing the sale of these weapons that have no benefit to our community. We won't stop all gun violence here or anyone else. That's not the point. The point that Naperville isn't a community that welcomes a citizen for profit for the sale of these types of weapons. We love our community. We're proud of it. We live here for not that we need but to work on that other people that might have. It's crazy that we how death children treated by firearms. No one's proven that here or anywhere. So when we look the other way, these weapons that belong in the war are sold in our city, and then someone uses one of those weapons to offend our sense of community. How can we say that we want that is on, and that is what this ordinance? I can imagine that ordinance and try to build in compromise for what we've heard from that. But this ordinance needs to send a message to our country, our state, our county, and other municipalities that we're not okay with allowing the sale of types of firearms in our area, and we don't either. We don't need or want that money. We don't want to contribute to in any way to the atrocities that take place in daily American life. So tonight we're doing the most obvious thing that we can do on home rule authority. We're saying no to being party to and helping proliferate weapons.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. I've been on that side of that topic, so I know that everyone's remembering that we're all humans. And so now, that's what it is for us today, to be clear to both sides, in case not everyone did read the updated one, that this, the one who reports today is far more narrow than was presented at the July meeting. It does not restrict the sale of handguns, does not restrict vaccine sizes, and that's not just so everyone is clear. I want to start by saying I believe the Second Amendment. I'm a boy card holder, and if I can ever find a time, I will get my concealed carry. Stop being involved in politics. I am part of a gun-owning experienced using multiple types of weapons. I have shot an AR-15, an AK-47. I have shot many different types of. Again, I'm not an expert, but I do have knowledge. I do find it insulting that I have received phone calls. I have heard from some individuals that because I am a woman or because I'm sitting up here on the dais, that I am afraid of guns or I have knowledge as to guns. That cannot be part of the truth. I believe in the Second Amendment, that right is not this, just like the First Amendment is not. One of the big arguments that I have heard July tonight through emails is that criminals have AR-15s or those style weapons, and then therefore law-abiding, the public should as well. I agree that gun holders overall are extremely law-abiding, go through a large amount of training and education. What is a misnomer is the idea that all these criminals out there and all these illegal AR-15 style weapons. While some of that is true, I can say out of the hundreds and hundreds of unlawful use of a weapon cases, unlawful possession of weapon cases that I have charged, prosecuted in my career, you count on one hand the number that did not involve a handgun or a sawed-off shotgun. Of the 71 legal guns covered by the Naval Police Department in 2022 so far, almost all of them have involved handguns. Again, this ordinance is not looking to ban the sale of handguns. The strongest argument that I have heard against this ordinance is the harm that it will do to the two very responsible gun stores we have. I personally visited both the stores, shot at one of them, and I'm impressed with their professionalism and that they go above and beyond following the laws. I have personally spoken with both store owners. These are good store owners. These are great employees who work there. And I really admit this is where I get stuck. I've read all the emails, listened to all the comments. I never took a bathroom break up here. So please comments don't take too long. We have received 390 emails and phone calls on this topic ranging from residents, businesses, and employees, of which the far majority, 247, are in support. Between July and tonight's meeting, we've had 147 individuals come speak to us live. The majority of those who live here in Naperville are in favor of this ordinance. Our community is telling us here they don't want these weapons sold here. I remember Pastor Mark Winter's remarks in the July meeting, in which he rhetorically asked us why bother. It's something we've heard even tonight. He answered because, open quote, someone right now is planning a mass shooting. We might not be able to stop it, but we won't help. Many have said that this ordinance will do nothing to stop a mass shooting. Very well, you'd be right. But like Pastor Winters, I will not help.
None of this will help with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. This is everyone else. I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Many of you all know, I trained with fully automatic anti-service here, but I think as a society, generally agree that weapons should not semi-automatic rifles may not deserve at a level or even yes, it is a person, not a weapon. Think about that. Yeah, small children.
amongst that. Mentioned that but it takes 3 to 4 months for someone to get security. Young requires further that train, all that. But here's the thought, right? Format might be. They could vote all in the leader. Leader for the vote the way in the bar. Follow. Other part of it. Thank you everyone who came, and thank you Robert for that speech at the end of the speaker list there. I hope everyone can accept having a difference of opinion. I think it's very important that boundaries kind of I think this started to be a lot worse. Thankfully, got increases through that. I don't know where to start. You know, a few of the key words used tonight: risk. How do you judge the risk? So there's two sides to risk. There's two sides to safety. We use both of them a lot. Risk. Where most of everyone in here says this will do little or nothing on both sides. So the risk is defending your family from something that's not before. Talked about the riots. So those riots happened. Neighborhood I lived in freaked out. Because then there was rallies after riots. You know, those were bad. I heard from my neighbors down here trying to figure it all out. And there was actually neighbors that riots and other working hard, phone guns, handguns, whatever they had. You know, I had neighbors that hit their families every time there was a rally that was hit their families so that communities were you know, it was disturbing. There's one post that went out viral, and our neighborhood also. So they finally got a post out there saying that it wasn't true, it wasn't fake, but it was just people were against it. People that didn't have that. There is risk there, especially when things go bad. That's very important. So that is the high risk part of that. They did the same thing. For a couple of cities, big city in America, so I hope it would be a safe city, no matter how this goes. Are we safer by not selling those? Is that nice? We are. There's another side of that safety. It's the safety of your family. And it's safety. Family. Comes to the individual first. I think the two Marines that were in the room, but it does. You know, it's people, fix the system.
closing, I guess people that ask me about this, just kind of common sense level, to say, okay, we agree that this is good, but we're going to stick our neck out here to have the possibility of losing. Only costing $1 million. What is this? Why not just do a record? Let them do the work. Yeah. Why don't we stick our necks out? People are very irritated. Their minds are other perspectives. We're not going to, it's not going to do anything. Why are we doing it? Why are we putting ourselves on the line? We haven't even hired. We're putting the cart before the horse. We haven't even hired. We don't even know if who's who would be stuck with bills. Doing all this. We don't even have that in place. I know some of us came and visited stores, got educated. Some of us ignored the phone call or the invites to go. Did have an ordinance a year or two ago about a dog store. So everybody went up to the dog, got their side of the story. I don't know why. The other side of the story. I don't know. As some people said, a lot of us up there don't even realize what's in this word. Part of stuff. I never thought I'd see the day where I agree so much with Jim. Usually, we agree to disagree. We can have a conversation all the time. We hit it spot on the head. This isn't going to do anything. Get a mail order. For a police chief, how do we enforce this? I don't want to put down a spot, but how do we enforce it? How can we even enforce it? What I've heard from other police on the street that so, I don't know what we're doing here, folks, but I agree. It's something to be done, absolutely, but not at this level. I applaud you guys for coming down and wanting this demand, but I would love to see it on the Capitol stairs on demands. There's an election coming up. I would hope that people would say it's going to get done before the election, but another side of me says, no, they're just going to make promises that they're elected. They're going to drop the ball. That's the way Illinois always is. It's very important. I guess I'm mad at the system. But it's just, I don't know. Thank you. To extend to 1:30 there. Sorry. All in favor? Councilman Brown?
It's really late, and I hope all of y'all that got to go to work function. It'll be a challenge for me. I've listened thoroughly, heard a lot, and tried to absorb it and understand it the best I can. I was very disappointed that I didn't get to ask a question. I'm going to try to simulate that now as best I can.
That's the way.
What I wanted to know was that I was regularly, I'm going to use the word reminded. I'm trying not to use the word threatened. That everyone was going to make sure to remember how we voted today the ballot box. Now, I want to assure everyone here that we are very aware of that. That's how it always is. This is not a new thing for us. We're very aware of this. We are accountable we know it. So what I was going to ask was, because we are accountable for what we're doing here and our goals and so forth, I heard a lot of things that you're doing in the council. It is likely we might encourage some liability. I've heard directly from our council. Not maybe, not possibly, it's likely. But I didn't hear from the people saying, let's approve this ordinance, is that they have our backs when that money is owed. I would love to hear that. I would love to hear it. When we get sued, I'm willing to step up and pay some more tax. I didn't hear that. But I would have asked that question. And maybe you would have said yes. But that's going to cover that like that. And on the other side, I would have asked, even I would have said, the ordinance we're looking at this week is different than what we saw last week. And I would have asked them, does that save your business? Does that help?
No.
Well, as I serve, and I've served in some fairly contentious time, I recognize that sometimes you have to compromise. I won, I lost, and sometimes I moved out. But I'm very pleased with this council, which I think could have passed the previous ordinance with no trouble at all. With no form of compromise or change. I'm really pleased that they listened, that they did make some change. And I think that's very positive. They were open to listen to the ideas of all the people that were coming to, I'm trying not to use the word scream at us, but share with us their passion.
Only problem is that it was stated 5 days before this meeting.
Guys, we can't have crossed out. So thanks for that. That tells me that we're listening. All of us are listening, and we want to learn. We want to represent the best we can. And I'm very proud of that from all of us. It wasn't just, we have the votes, we can do it. There was listening going on. I think that's admirable. So thanks for that. And I think I heard at least some partial answer to my question. So thanks for coming out, staying on so late.
Very helpful. You deserve the paycheck.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everyone for coming out and stating your opinions on things. It's a lose-lose situation. That's just kind of how this topic is. Robert, thank you so much for coming to tour your establishment. It's phenomenal. And I thank you for everything you do. You stay and, framework to make sure that things are done appropriately. I like Jennifer. I have my point card and my school tutor. So I am not opposed to. I think some of the questions that were brought up during the testimony during the demo, that I think, we really didn't have an opportunity to discuss that, or that, to see how something something that would assist in safety. Right? Obviously, gun types are so different now than they were years ago. That go with it and online. So there's a lot of different things that are unique as time has gone on. The one thing that gives me pause is the loss. I know our counselor, I don't know, I know we have that because we do have to answer to all of our residents. And a lot of different residents have different positions on what they feel is on their list, right? And this ordinance may not be popular. So I wish we had gotten more information on that. I do realize that decade ago or so, Highland Park had an opportunity to ban these weapons under state law. And so they had the cover of state law, right? Once that closed, then a legal question that I'm having for, then we now open ourselves up to the liability, right? Because we can't live with state law. So there's different things. I mean, I truly want a resolution that we can not necessarily mean a document, but we need to have our strength people sit down and get control of this. We for decades have one party decide I hope it. And if we can't do it with a majority, what are we doing? And maybe this ordinance will send a message where people will step up. And my recommendation would be to do, I should like that. And invite a lot of different stakeholders. Elected officials from different communities. Nobody's trying to say. Different political grounds. In all different villages and cities and counties, and get them together along with our enforcement people to see what we can talk about as far as what is a trigger that triggers this kind of mass. Get our professional mental health and drug addiction type of medical professionals together in that same task force and figure out what are the similarities, what are the differences in these mass killings nationwide. And when we get those similarities, let's figure out what those triggers are and figure out how we can resolve it. It's going to take a while. There's a lot of stuff involved in this, but if we don't do that, then we're just hitting at the little fruit again. And so we maybe after again having the same conversation or worse, having something happen in our community. I realize that we have residents in the community that strongly, emotionally and psychologically need this ordinance. They just cannot rationalize the whole process of what we're talking about. And so I get that. I just hope we just don't give up and just move that. And I hope that we can get from the council.
But as I mentioned last meeting, thanks for that report, my wife bought me
It's a strong purchase. It's about
everything shut down. I haven't gotten around to it, but a lot of great comments today. And I agree with so many of them. We talked about mental health issues in this country and how we're dealing with that, how that plays into these discussions. Background checks, lack thereof, lack of follow-up on that, and red flag laws that are
most unconstitutional.
taken advantage of or not following up on education and training. Something like mentioned about delays, certain types of weapons deal with them. There's so many different things that can be done and should be done, and I think access to these types of weapons for certain is one of the things. But the answer's got to be, and it's by D, all of the above, where we need to really get this thing in a lot of different directions. action that we have to try to take this steps for, would like to make a motion? Councilman Sullivan.
Mayor, I move to pass the ordinance amending Title III of the Riverville Municipal Code to prohibit the local commercial sale of alcohol.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we have a motion in a second? Any discussion? Here. Councilman Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I intentionally don't want to hear what the motion was on the floor, and I wanted to hear all of the comments on this. As many people in the room know, many people in the room don't like, and that's okay. But I should be honest and tell you, I was one of the 3 council members that this ordinance for first place after that call, done a couple of months ago. And I know this impacts a lot of people, and especially Robert, the store owners, very gracious to me, helping educate me throughout this process. I wanted to make sure that I heard it all, and I still felt right about it after all of this. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight for a very civil discussion. I appreciate Robert's comments about at the end about things don't go your way. How do you conduct yourself after that? Well, I'm going to make an ask of you as well. Maybe things will go your way to this evening. Maybe the ordinance that you're hoping for will get passed, or will get passed. But I'd ask that you conduct yourself in a respectful, manner if that happens too. Because the truth is that we have a room full of people who care very much about this country, about keeping people safe, about a lot of common shared values. And this is a really tough topic. And I just hope everybody keeps that in mind. As I mentioned, this is a very difficult topic. And I know a lot of people aren't going to like how a lot of this goes. But I do believe my thought process, so you need to know why I agree with it. One of the speakers used the analogy to mention when 9/11 happened, we didn't react airplanes. And that's right. That's a fair analogy. Something that extreme would just be so restrictive on our rights to travel and constitutional rights that would have been appropriate. But there were measures that we took after 9/11. Okay? So those hijackers used tools that really previously weren't thought of as aircraft hijacking weapons, like box cutters, and were able to take those through airport security. We made changes to the rules after that to prevent mass casualties. And are those perfect? No. In fact, I hope this doesn't happen, but I have a feeling at some point in my lifetime there will be some other terrorist attack, major terrorist attack, in spite of all our best efforts to secure aircraft. Do I think we're safer because of those? On balance, yes, I do. I absolutely believe that the Second Amendment is a right, just like the First Amendment, the Eighth Amendment, we didn't talk about earlier, than the Eighth Amendment issue. All these are sacred constitutional rights. I think one thing everybody in the room seems to agree on is some line somewhere where weapons can be prohibited on machine guns for a long time. Under federal law, very few people are really applies that. I understand the potential under 15 is on one side of the line or on the other. For me, it is on the side of the line where it can be right. Going back to common ground and finding common ground, a lot of thought into this, and I think there are areas of common ground in the best schools tonight. I took the Citizens Police Academy, offered by the Police Department, thank you, Chief Harris. I would recommend any of the residents in the room sign up for that. It is eye-opening. 30 plus hours of being in the police department, getting to see how those people think, what they have to deal with every day. You'll gain respect that I think is very hard to get unless you've been there. One of the things that I definitely have questions about, learned about, is something that a lot of people in this room have talked about. I talked about it with Robert on the phone, and that is some of the gaps that we sometimes have when maybe a court in one place revokes somebody's FOIA because they have a mental health issue, or they have committed an act of violence. They should have FOIA for. The amount of amount of time it takes to have that, that actually go into effect, or gaps in communication that we have between agencies. And sometimes these have very, very catastrophic effects. A second thing, Councilman Guston alluded to it, was the idea of having a task force that addresses some of these issues that we can all have common ground on. Some things that I've heard about a lot from members of our community and members just from my own research, making sure that we have adequate methods in place to mitigate red flag behavior, at-risk citizens in the community that we're adequately communicating when those issues come up, and to ensure rapid communication between government agencies, whether that's between Naperville and other communities or within departments in Naperville, because those can be situations where minutes and seconds count, not just days or weeks. So with that, Mayor, in the spirit of finding common ground, I'm going to make a motion substitution to pass the ordinance as it is drafted with all of the content that was on the agenda. In addition to that, to ask staff to report back to us on measures to ensure that the court revokes the citizens' void, whether it's to allow time to all police or otherwise, that police have all the resources necessary to conduct any confiscation in the fastest, safest, and most effective manner possible. Second, to direct staff to report back on potential methods for the creation of a task force to address intervention methods, to address and mitigate red flag behavior and at-risk citizens in the community, and to ensure rapid communication between governments.
For a second.
So we have our officers who someone's toy card is taken from them. It is, my understanding, it is very difficult to get access to the property to see if they actually look after them. If they're supposed to turn them in, it's not that our results are supposed to get them. They're supposed to turn them in. And then there is another element of that. If the void card is removed and there's another void card holder in the home, those cards don't have to be removed. So even though that individual may have lost their void card for something with respect to mental illness or harm of people or themselves, the reality is under what we have now at the state level, that other individual that has a void card, those cards, my understanding, and I know it's rare. So the question is, if we add this in, I don't know how effective it's going to be or how our office is actually going to be able to do it without some type of liability or something. I mean, I think that the legal opinion that from our staff, that is.
Thank you, Mayor. So that was a lot. And at 1:15 morning, I guess my preference 1 out of 9 to go down that motion substitution. Vote on the original motion. Business. Hopefully not tonight, maybe tonight or some other.
Yeah, I'm going to call a question.
There's a motion substitution second.
You want to keep your motion substitution?
Sure, Mayor. I'll summarize it. Motion substitution being passed, as drafted. Additionally, to have staff report back on measures to ensure that a void revocation takes place. Our police have all the resources to second, to direct staff to report back on creation of a task force. As mentioned earlier.
Motion and a second. Any questions or discussion?
Is that a recommendation state level to look at or the city? Yeah.
I'm not clear. Are we voting on motion substitution? Just substitution of the entire Motion to substitution includes the original ordinance plus additional items to this. Nay.
Sullivan. No. Taylor. No. White.
No.
Jericho. No. Justin. No. Similar.
No.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
No. Motion, substitution failed, 8-1. Back to the original motion. Roll call.
Sullivan. Aye. Taylor. Aye. White.
Aye.
Jericho. Justin. Aye. Similar.
No.
Holzhauer.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Young.
Aye. Motion carried. 8-1. Thank you.
Communist swine.
Next on the agenda is new business.
You guys should be ashamed of yourself. Okay. Well, that's the end of that.